Hello to my beautiful collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. This is your monthly forecast for February 2025. And here in the U.S., we celebrate Valentine's Day. So happy Valentine's Day with love. Okay, we have lots of energy in the emotional part of our lives now because we have a stellium. And for those of you who don't know what the stellium is, it's a group of planets that is focused in one area of your chart. And in this case, we have the spiritual healer Pisces activating it all. So we have the North Node in Pisces. We still have Neptune in Pisces. We have Saturn in Pisces. We have Venus in Pisces until the 4th of February. And at that time, it'll move back into Aries until the 27th of March, and it will sit in Pisces again. Okay, so let me see if I have all of that. Do I have all of that? Oh, and Mercury, the communicator, is also in the sign of Pisces. The new moon will be in Pisces this month as well. So there's a lot going on with this water energy. So this is a time where, we can really go inside, reflect on, what our spiritual journey is all about. It's a good time for that. But you have to be careful with Pisces because Pisces doesn't have any boundaries. And you have to pay attention to that because you can give more than you have given to yourself. And this is a good time to give to yourself. And we also have the North Node in the sign of Pisces. And this is about surrendering control over things around you and just go with the flow. Okay? That's what this North Node is talking about. And this North Node is also going to conjunct Neptune this month as well. So there's a lot to talk about when we are looking at this stellium in the sign of Pisces. And this will be happening for the whole year of 2025. Okay, so what are you doing for Valentine's Day? I don't know, but it's a good time to give love and a good time to love yourself as well. Okay, and if you're into showing your partner or someone who is significant to you in your life, give them something for the body, okay, for their body, because this is a time where you can show your appreciation, your love to another person by maybe offering them a massage or giving them a gift certificate for a massage. You can do a facial, nails, because Venus is here. Venus is in the sign of Pisces, but Venus is here until the 4th, but that energy will still linger through the 14th because we're talking about love. And that's what Venus is all about. is love and beauty and the five senses. Okay, so when we're talking about the senses, this is a good time to give someone something. If you are into the gift giving or partaking in the Valentine's ritual, that's a good idea. And I'm sure the receiver will appreciate that because it's probably something that they want to do anyway because we have Venus here. All right. And of course, I have my mask on because I'm celebrating it now. And for those of you who are single, do you love yourself, give to yourself. You can give yourself those things that I just mentioned that someone could give to another. You can give yourself a gift certificate and get a massage, a full body massage. You can get a facial, okay? And I'm not into nails because I'm in water. My hands are in water all the time, so the nails don't stay on long. But if I didn't have my hands in water, I would probably get my nails done as well. So, just saying, this is a lovely month for all of us to experience our emotional tides within us because with all of this Pisces energy, it's really going to, make us feel more emotional, and Pisces, like I said, is a healing sign where it always wants to help, it wants to give, but it's also a deeply spiritually connected sign as well. And we have Neptune in Pisces, and Neptune is a deep healing energy. So, with that being said, one more thing I want to point out is that with Neptune, if Neptune is close to your first house, your 12th house, your second house, and possibly your third house, you're probably experiencing some blurry vision because Neptune affects your head in some way. So, or if Neptune is on one of the angles, your first, seventh, fourth, and 10th house, you'll also experience that as well. So if Saturn is close to your first house, Saturn rules your skeletal system and your teeth. And for some of us, your teeth may be shifting around. So you want to, make sure you keep an eye on that and know that this is all going to pass. But Neptune is going to be here in your, in Pisces a little longer than Saturn will be because Saturn is going to be moving into Aries in May of this year. Okay, so that'll just be another storyline that we'll have to address when we get there. So, again, lots of love to you. Happy Valentine's Day, and I'll see you in the readings. Okay? Hello, and welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. This is your reading for February 2025, and the sign is Aries rising. Hello, Aries rising. This month is a beautiful month for sharing and showing others that you care, okay? Because we have a lot of water energy here, and water is, an emotional energy. So we have a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces right now. And I'm just going to go through it with you just so you know if you're feeling emotional in any way, this is part of that reason. Okay, so we have Mercury in the sign of Pisces. We have Venus in the sign of Pisces. We have Saturn in the sign of Pisces. We have Neptune in the sign of Pisces. And we have your North Node in the sign of Pisces. And the new moon will also be in the sign of Pisces. Okay, we have Venus moving out of Pisces and into Aries on the 4th of February, where it will stay until March, and then it'll return back into Pisces. And we have Mars exiting retrograde on the 23rd of this month. But it'll be in a water sign, which is Cancer. Okay, so we have water, emotional flow. And with the North Node, it also represents surrendering, letting go of the need to control things around you and go with the flow. So this is what this Piscean energy is all about. It's about connecting with your higher self, your spiritual self that's within. Okay? And I want to, I want to let you know, Aries rising, something I wrote down for this forecast is that the North Node is going to be in the sign of Pisces for the next 18 months, okay? And it's new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. The North Node is where we should all be focusing on for growth and for, again, like I said, new opportunities. And the South Node is about letting go those things that are no longer serving us. So with the South Node being in Virgo, Virgo is a perfectionist energy, so you may want to let go of trying to control how things are set up, okay? And that's, when I said go with the flow. This is the axis of the Pisces Virgo North Node. So that theme will be playing out for the next 18 months. Okay? The North Node is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Okay? Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Just so you know, those are connected. You feed your soul, and your body and mind will flourish. Okay, so the South Node shows us what we need to let go of, especially on an individual level. Virgo is being called to let go of perfection. Okay, perfectionism and control, and to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. Balance is required. The energies will, with personal boundaries and practical actions. Okay, so remember that, Aries rising. Let's see, on the 1st of February, we have Uranus in Taurus squaring the Sun in Aquarius. And this is happening in your 11th house. And this house is about large groups, organization, groups of friends, luck. And this is where you may need to reevaluate your relationships to the various groups you belong to. You may be attracted to new kinds of people, friends who challenge your old ways. You may feel that others in your group are to trying to make you feel like something's you're not, okay? This transit can cause health problems and can cause you to be accident prone. So beware, Aries. And typically with Aries, it rules you know, your head, your body for the most part. So just be careful because your body could, cuts and things like that are possible. All right, so we have also on that same day, the moon conjuncts Neptune in your 12th house. You may pick up feelings of those you are surrounded by because this is a sensitive time, especially because the moon is a water energy and Neptune is a water energy as well. So your intuition could be heightened at this time, and you could be, feeling something that someone else is experiencing. So just beware and make sure you know who you are as opposed to this energy that you may be experiencing. Okay? Let's see. And because this is like an emotional absorbing energy, try not to avoid engaging in conversations that are negative, okay? Because that negative energy is not healthy, Aries rising. And Venus is conjunct Neptune in your 12th house as well. Daydreaming is the most common effect of this transit because, with a lot of water, it's emotional. With Neptune playing, Neptune is like wearing those rose-colored glasses, where everything looks la-la, but in reality, when that fog clears, you're back to the real reality of what that is, okay? All right, so you're not seeing things clearly right now, so just be careful. And with Venus involved, Venus is always about love and beauty and happiness and the five senses, what she sees, what she tastes, what she touches, what she hears, what she smells. It's all about that when Venus is involved, okay? But avoid or postpone anything that requires good judgment because Neptune, it brings about the fog in your head. And, when there's fog, you can't see things clearly. Okay, so just be cautious and recognize, you know, what's happening with you, during this time so that you'll know that, oh, that's expected, or, I see what's happening. Okay? And the other part is because there's a lot of emotional energy at play this month. And I'm just going to say this year because, that's going to be the theme with the stellium of energy happening for us in 2025. Okay, you might be concerned with religion and spiritualities. This might be a good opportunity for you to, check in with yourself on these matters, because this is a good time for you to connect or reconnect with your higher self. And as I said before, you may, you know, have a heightened sense of intuition. Some people call it psychic abilities. You might have flashes of that come through for you. So just go with the flow. And on the 2nd, Mars will square Chiron. And this will be in your first house. And Chiron is the wounded healer. And what Chiron does is shed the light on what you need to correct. Okay, and these Chiron is when Chiron shows up. This is about old patterns, that maybe came from your childhood upbringing or from past lives. So whatever Chiron is saying and where he's sitting, and in this case, it's in your first house, Aries rising. So Chiron is here suggesting that, you take a look at these, the energies that are coming up for you, because now's the time to correct it. Okay. And with this emotional energy that's happening, is opening, us all up so that we can course correct, things that we have not been paying attention to. And a lot of times this type of pattern is unconscious. But when it comes to the surface, that's when you can address it and decide whether or not you want to continue operating on that energy that no longer serves you, or if you want to change and add that spiritual growth with the North Node in play here. Okay, because the North Node is really showing us the way to go for the next 18 months. All right? So there's no secrets. Everything is like sitting right here in front of you, your eyes, and if you want to make the change for yourself, you know the path that you need to take to make it happen. Okay, and here with Mars squaring Chiron, let's see, you may have an issue with your self-perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself. Okay, learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self-doubt or fear of being judged. That's your healing. So if you take a look at yourself, Aries rising, the formula is right there and you can do the work. Okay. So on the 11th, we have the North Node conjunct Neptune. This is dissolution of boundaries may affect you in ways such as being more emphatic and sensitive to emotions, okay? And energies of those around you, okay? You may be picking up on other people's feelings and emotions. And others may feel a heightened sense of intuition or psychic abilities. Okay, so that theme is still playing out throughout the month. And then we have on the 12th, we have the full moon in Leo, and this is affecting your fifth house. And your fifth house has to do with your romantic partners, your children, hobbies, creative pursuits. That's good enough. You get where I'm going, Aries rising. Okay, so you may be moody, and this moodiness may create problems in relationships, especially if you're having internal struggles with persons of the opposite sex. New relationships at this time may be unstable. Okay, and this is coming up right before Valentine's Day because this is on the 12th. And on the 18th, we have the sun is entering into Pisces at 29 degrees. That's a critical degree. And this will be in your 12th house, Aries rising. This time is critical for you to evaluate with complete honesty all your behaviors and ways of dealing with the world. Anything you refuse to face will continue to be a part of your unconscious mind and will work against you when you least expect it. Okay? Keep that in mind. And on the 20th, we have Mercury squaring Jupiter. This is also in your 12th house. Be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions. Okay? Now, let's see. We have Mercury conjunct Saturn, and that's also in your 12th house. Okay. Your critical faculty is extremely sharp, and you can immediately see the flaws in other people's arguments, okay, as well as your own. You may be focused on facts and practical matters. Overthinking and self-doubt may occur at this time. So just be cautious. I also want to mention that, and I probably mentioned it earlier, but on the 23rd, Mars will be exiting retrograde in the sign of Cancer and will be moving back into the shadow phase. Okay? So, just so you know, that could also cause some uneasiness because Mars is our personal planet. And whatever move it makes, we are generally affected by it. Okay? So being argumentative and things that I mentioned before is likely to happen. So on the 27th of February, we have the new moon in Pisces, and this is in the 12th house as well, because we have that stellium, remember? Your new beginnings may be related to mental issues, dreams, subconscious desires, and retreat, because your 12th house is about your unconscious mind, okay? It's a very impressionable sign. Like the water, you'll take on the form of your environment. So it's really a good time to, reflect within and get in touch with your spiritual side. Okay, that's it for Aries rising. But before I go, I want to mention this to Aries men. that's born in the first decade, and this is for Aries Sun. Okay, and there could be Aries Sun person, male, could be having issues in the workplace, okay, where you may be playing a victim role, trying to convince other people to take your side against some female energy in your workplace. But just know that that is a pattern that you need to look at for yourself. This is an area where you need to start making changes. You have mommy issues and you need to address, you know, that energy because it worked when you were younger, but now where you are in your life, it's not working anymore. And this is something that you need to change because whatever you're trying to create out of your spite is only going to come back to haunt you because people really see through you. You know, I'm just saying, Aries Sun, you can't sit and make another person. You can't put falsities out there about another person without you being looked at. People see you for the person you are, okay? And they're not, they're just playing along because they have nothing better to do either. So just so you know, whatever you try to do to invalidate or make another person look less, a female in this case, because you don't like female, okay? You only want to punish them. And it's time for that to change because who's going to put up with that? Nobody. So this is just for Aries, Sun, man, okay? And whatever is working out in your workplace. If any of this resonates with you, then you note that what the particular points that we spoke about in this forecast is lighting you up, okay? And those are the areas that you need to change for yourself. And just so you know, if you don't do it now, it's going to be done for you because Saturn is moving into the sign of Aries in May of this year. And Saturn is the timekeeper, the taskmaster, and he will show you the karmic the karma that you will face. I wanted to say something else, but I'm going to leave it at that. And Aries rising, until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Taurans out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. This is your general forecast for February 2025. And happy Valentine's Day. This is a beautiful month for love because we have Pisces being the element that is trending. Okay, so to begin, Taurus rising, I want to share with you what this water energy is activating this month. We have Mercury in Pisces. We have Venus in Pisces until the 4th of February. And there it'll move back into Aries until March. And then we have Saturn in Pisces. We have Neptune in Pisces. We have the North Node in Pisces. We have a new moon in Pisces. And also the sun will be in Pisces. We have Mars exiting retrograde in the sign of Cancer. So how much more water do we need? I just want to say there's so much water here that I just assumed that we probably would have a lot of rain where I am. But unfortunately, no, haven't had very much rain at all. And I'm hoping that, before winter ends, that we get, a substantial amount of water because we need it. Okay, so with all that being said, we have water, emotional, mindset, also spiritual, because Pisces is a spiritual vibration, and Neptune as well. And Venus is exalted in the sign of Pisces, so she's feeling really good. She loves experiencing the five senses, and in Pisces she can do just that. Okay, so I just have an interlude in regards to the lunar nodes, because they changed January the 11th, and I didn't say much about it, but I just want to share with you what's happening here for the next 18 months with the lunar nodes. Okay? Now, the lunar nodes speak to us on a soul level, and they stay in each sign for about 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. The South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. And I don't know if you guys know the head and the tail of the dragon. It usually represents Scorpio. However, the head of the dragon is equated to the North Node, and the tail of the dragon is the South Node, where we disembowel or release energy. So here we have the axis of Pisces and Virgo for the North and the South Node. Okay, the North Node is in the 11th house here for Taurus rising, and is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Okay. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Just keep that in mind. Okay, and we have the South Node, which is in the 5th house in the sign of Virgo, shows us what we need to let go of on an individual level. Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control. And I understand that, and to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. Okay? Balance is required, the energies with personal boundaries and practical actions. Balance is required. with these energies, okay? So on the 1st of February, we have Uranus in Taurus squaring the Sun in Aquarius in your 10th house, okay? A square is also considered as a call to action, something that we must do, okay? Radical change in your professional life, a change of profession, or conflict with authority figures are all possible, okay? The way you express your identity in the world, as well as your social status. This is the 10th house, reputation and profession. During this transit, unexpected events will test your ability to withstand change and to stay on the path you've chosen. Okay? So this is like, Uranus is lightning fast, right? In Aquarius. And Pluto is in the sign of Aquarius. So we have, that forceful energy happening here. So on the same day, we have Uranus sextiling the moon, and the moon is in Pisces. And this is in your 11th house. It's possible that you may meet a new and exciting friend, or an old friend will come back into your life unexpectedly. Friends may provide opportunities for advancement or for getting away from your usual scene for a while. And this could be, female, because when we're looking at the moon, a lot of times, the moon represents the mother, the female side of who we are. Okay? So then we have the moon conjunct Neptune as well in your 11th house. And this is happening on the 1st of February. You may pick up on the feelings of those around you, and your sensitivity, your intuitive sensitivity may be heightened, okay? And of course, you may feel like an emotional sponge, around other people. So try to avoid engaging in this negative conversation with others. And last thing of the first day of February is Venus conjunct Neptune. And again, that's in your 11th house of friends, organizations, churches, groups. Okay. You may, this may be just a daydreaming thing. But the other drawback is you may fall madly in love with someone who seems so perfect and ideal. But remember the rose-colored glasses, because this is Venus conjunct Neptune. And Neptune makes things look, rosy, great. But when the fog wears off, that may not be the case. So just be cautious. Don't go over, just kind of stay grounded if you can. Because when the fog clears, the truth may be quite different, So you don't want to rush into anything. And keep some things to yourself. You don't have to share, because it may not be the real thing. All right, so we're going to move into the second day of February, and that's Mars squaring Chiron. And this is in your 3rd house. And your 3rd house is a mundane house, a house where your siblings, your early communication, your neighbors, your neighborhood. This is where Chiron is. And you may have an issue with your self-perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself to your siblings and friends. Yeah. Learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self-doubt or fear of being judged is your healing. And I know, when you have siblings, it's hard for you to, be able to express yourself, especially if they're older siblings, because a lot of times, some households have that pecking order, follow the leader kind of thing. And you may not be that person in the group that wants to follow the leader. So, having those issues communicating with family members and friends, may be difficult for you. Okay? So on the 11th, we have the North Node conjunct Neptune. So the dissolution of boundaries, and again, this is in your 11th house, right? It may affect us in ways such as being more empathetic and sensitive to emotions and energies of those around you. So if you're around, a large group of people, that could be, you know, hard to digest. I'll just say that, because all these energies coming at you, and it's confusing. It can confuse you because you are feeling things that are not yours. You're feeling other people's feelings and emotions. So you will probably experience a heightened sense of intuition and psychic abilities. Okay, and it's also, be careful, particularly with the people you choose as friends. Okay, you may be relating to what you would like them to be rather than as real people, okay, or as who they already are. So just be careful of that, because there's a lot of things happening, with your emotions right now, especially when the North Node conjuncts another planet, and in this case is Neptune, and Neptune is really foggy, okay? So on the 12th, the full moon in Leo is in your fourth house, and your moods can create difficulties in relationships at this time. It's a good time to go inside yourself and look at your attitude, feelings, and emotional orientation towards the world around you. Yeah, and the full moon, it tends to, bring out the emotional tensions. You may come to realize through a confrontation with another in which you suddenly understand that your words or actions are entirely inappropriate to the situation. Okay? So yeah, you can misread things at this time, because of course Leo is drama, is a dramatic sign, and it wants the attention, and if you don't give it, then you have another thing coming, kind of thing. And then with the full moon on top of that, just sparking those emotions, you have to be cautious, with how you express yourself. The other person, that's their business, that's their problem. But just be cautious with how you express yourself when this full moon happens. Just know it's a dramatic energy, and the first step of making corrections is knowing what it is that needs to be corrected. Okay? So, with that knowledge, there's some power. All right, and on the 18th, we have the sun entering into Pisces at 29 degrees in your 11th house. This is a critical degree. And during this time, it's best to work and cooperate with other people. Engaging in group efforts and projects in your personal and professional life will be the most effective way of finding out who you are and what your purpose in life is, because the people you are surrounded by are a reflection. You know, they generally mirror you and me. You know, we mirror, what we come into contact with. Okay, so on the 20th, we have Mercury square Jupiter. Be careful with your words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions. And just so you know, on the 23rd, Mars will be exiting retrograde, moving back into the shadow phase until, let's see, until sometime in March. I don't have the exact date written down here. But just know that Mars stirs up things when he's on the move, and so he's moving back into shadow. So there is going to be some shakeups again, because come April, Mars will also go back into its final opposition with Pluto. So there's a shakeup there. All right. So the 24th, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn, and again, this is in the 11th house because it's in the sign of Pisces. Your critical faculty is extremely sharp, and you can immediately see the flaws in other people's arguments as well as your own. You may be focused on facts and practical matters. Overthinking, self-doubt may occur. Okay? All right. And then on the 27th, we have the new moon at 9 degrees of Pisces in your 11th house. All right? Of, large groups, organizations, and also hopes and wishes, friends. Examine your overall goals in life at this time. It's important that they be a real expression of yourself, okay? And not simply the product of emotional attitudes and unconscious drives from an earlier time that no longer apply, okay? So we are being reminded that, in the sign of Pisces, it's time to let go of things that's no longer serving us. Okay, you may also feel more protective and supportive of your female friends. If you are feeling depressed or unhappy, negative emotional patterns from childhood may adversely affect your relationship, with your friends. So just be careful of how you respond in the world. We know that it's, this Pisces energy, but this is lighting up a lot because we need to pay attention. We need to make change. And this stellium is really here to show us, to keep us focused. Stay focused on that stellium energy, because that's where the changes need to happen. Okay, Taurus rising, love you. Happy Valentine's Day. Until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Geminis out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. This is Sharon, your friendly astrologer, and this is your general forecast for February 2025. Happy Valentine's Day! Woo! Happy Valentine's Day. This is a good time for love. It is. Love, sharing, and caring. Also healing. Okay? So, with this month, this is a good opportunity to show someone that you care about them, tell someone that you love them, and act on your healing skills by giving. Give someone a gift certificate for a massage, or a certificate for a facial, or get the nails done, or a pedicure, because we have Venus in the sign of Pisces until the 4th, but you'll still feel her vibe after that. And Venus likes to pamper the body. So, if you want to give someone a special gift, something that can pamper the body would be, great. We know candy and all of that is, and flowers, that's good too. But, with Venus, we can get carried away and gain a few pounds. So, anyway, however that works out is good. All right. So, let's move into the forecast. And I'm here to tell you that, water energy is activated, and we have a stellium. Stellium is a group of planets, 3 or more planets, that is focused in a certain area of your chart. And with this stellium, we have the sign of Pisces. This is a spiritual healing energy. Pisces is, loving and caring. The only thing about Pisces is that it tends to, give more than it gets back, okay? And Pisces boundaries are blurred, the lines are blurred, okay? So we have Saturn in the sign of Pisces helping to create boundaries, in that area of life that's working for Gemini rising. Okay, so again, we have Mercury in Pisces. We have Venus in Pisces until the 4th of February. After the 4th, Venus will move back into the sign of Aries until Venus will move back until March 27th, the end of March. Then it'll move back into the sign of Pisces. We have Saturn in the sign of Pisces, and Saturn will stay in Pisces until May of 2025. And then we have Neptune in Pisces. We have the North Node. The nodes are lunar points. It's not anything physical that we can see, but they do matter. Okay, and the North Node is in Pisces as well. And then we have the new moon, which will be in Pisces. And then we have the sun that'll be in the sign of Pisces as well. I wonder, did I make a point where the sun was in the last reading? I'm not sure. But anyway, I digress. And then we have Mars is exiting retrograde. Okay. Mars is exiting retrograde on the 23rd of February, and it will be moving into its shadow, but it's still be in the sign of Cancer, which is more water. Okay, Gemini, and I know you're an air sign, and I don't know what you gonna do with all this water, but just be kind to yourself and pay attention. Okay, just pay attention because your emotions can get wrapped up, and especially if your sun is in a water sign as well. All right, so we have the lunar nodes, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a description before we get into the forecast. They move backwards. They speak to us on a soul level because it internalizes us, just like the moon. The moon is about our internal being. And they stay in each sign for about 18 months. Okay, so January 11th is when the nodes changed from Aries, Libra to Pisces, Virgo. Okay, and the North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. Okay, and that's what we should be striving to be in our careers, is what our North Node sign is. Whatever that sign is where you were born, that's an indication of where you will be more successful. Okay? But not everyone can get to the North Node, can reach it in a lifetime. And part of it is because of lack of knowledge. Okay, so the South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. Okay? And with the North Node, there is it looks like the sign of a dragon or a snake, but the head of the dragon is the North Node, and the tail of the dragon is the South Node. Okay? And South Node is where we are, releasing our bow and just letting go of that part. And then the North Node is the head. And this is where we should be looking to, in order to be our highest self. Okay, and then we have the North Node is in Pisces in your 10th house, Gemini rising, is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Now, I was just stating what the North Node is all about in the sign of Pisces, and also letting you know where this stellium is in your chart. Okay, it's in your 10th house. And the South Node is in your 4th house. And it shows us what we need to let go of on an individual level. Is being called to let go of perfectionism and to control. Okay, those two things, let go. And to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. Balance is required. The energies with personal boundaries and practical actions. Those are the balances that that's required. Okay, that's the balance that needs to be required. Personal boundaries, practical actions. Okay? For some reason it doesn't sound clear to me when I when I say it. All right. So on the first we have Uranus and Taurus squaring the sun in Aquarius, and this is in your 9th house. A square is considered as a call to action. Okay? A radical change in your belief system may be going through a change. And this is in your 9th house, higher learning, your spiritual belief systems, higher education, teaching, um, what is it? Writing, publishing, that energy is what's happening for you. Okay, the way you express your identity in the world as well as your spiritual orientation. This is part of the ninth house energy. You may meet someone out of the blue who have information that will give you more insight on what spirituality means to you. During this transit, unexpected events will test your ability to withstand change and to stay on the path you've chosen. Be careful, you may be accident prone. Okay, so just keep that in mind because Uranus is an electrifying energy. And for some of you, you may be going on a business trip. Yay, that's good. For some type of training. And that is great, and hope that everything works out while you're there. Just be careful of your surroundings because it is a new environment for you. All right. So here we have Uranus sextiling the moon, and the moon in Pisces in your 10th house. Your desire your desire for new experiences extends to your ideas as well. But just like I said before, you might be going on a business trip, and that could be something new. You you may encounter new ways of thinking. Okay, yeah, you may you may encounter new ways of thinking about the work that you do. Okay, you may be attracted to technical subjects that require a higher level of technical understanding. And this is, yeah, this energy is perfect because I know someone who is a Gemini rising, and just last week they are traveling per business for training to another state. They'll be doing some technical training that has to do with the hands. Okay? So this is, yay, for some people, this is happening already. All right, so the moon conjunct Neptune in your 10th house. You may pick up on the feelings of those you are surrounded by. Okay, so be careful of the people you're surrounded by. You know, if you're out there and you're doing some training with new people, you don't know these people. So you don't want to absorb too much of their energy because you're not familiar with it. Okay, so just be cautious of how you take in someone else's energy. I know this is a training experience for some of you, and you have to be, conscientious. But, if you feel something that doesn't feel right for you, just kind of pull your energy in, okay? And recognize that that's not your energy, that's someone else's. Okay, so we have this is the same day on the 1st, we have Venus conjunct Neptune in your 10th house. So the most common effect is just daydreaming. But if you're doing this, out there learning something, you got to be able to stay focused. Okay, the other drawback is that you may you may fall madly in love with someone in your workplace because this person may be, seem like they're perfect and the ideal person for you. But, when the fog clears, that might be quite different. So this could be short and sweet, because you are going to be, you know, training somewhere, and this might be the only time you see this person. But just know that don't, don't be talking it up because you're not sure. And this energy is flighty. It's only a passing thing because Neptune is in the fog, okay? And this conjunction is not going to last very long. All right? So we have on the 2nd, we have Mars squaring Chiron, and this is in your 2nd house. You may have an issue with your self-perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality, okay? You may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself. Learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self-doubt or fear of being judged, this is what you need to work on, your self-worth. Figuring that out and taking a look at, you can go within and take a look at, what it is that you are worth for yourself, your own satisfaction, okay? Now, on the 11th, we have the North Node conjunct Neptune at 29 degrees. This is a critical degree. So, this is really going to have an effect on us. But this is happening in your 10th house. So this has to do with your career. Dissolution of boundaries may affect you in ways such as being more, empathetic towards people, and that's fine, and sensitive to emotions and energies of those around you. Others may have heightened sense of intuition or psychic abilities. Be careful, particularly with the people you choose as friends. You may be relating to what you would like them to be rather than who they really are. Okay, so just be careful because this has to do with your work experience and again your public appearance, how people see you. All right, so you want to just make sure that you're not over emotional, just stand in your own power. Gemini rising. Okay, and on the 12th, we have a full moon in the sign of Leo, and this is happening in your 3rd house. This is where your siblings are. This is where, your communication, your short trips, did I say siblings, and your friends and your neighborhood. Okay, so we have your moods can create difficulty in relationships with siblings and friends. It's a good time to go inside yourself and look at your attitudes, feelings, and emotional orientation towards the world around you. Yeah, how do you feel about where you are, in life right now? That's a good place to start. All right, and on the 18th, we have the sun entering Pisces, and that'll be in your 10th house, okay? During this time, it is best to work and cooperate. And if you're in training, you're probably doing just that. Cooperate with other people, engaging in group efforts and projects in your personal and professional life will be the most effective way of finding out who you are and what your purpose is in life, because the people you are surrounded by are a reflection of yourself. Okay? So this is in your workplace. And yeah, being cooperative, and that's easy for you to do because you're picking up on other people's energy, Gemini rising, and you can sense how you need to proceed. So just be careful with, how you take in that energy. You probably need to ground yourself and put up a protection rose to keep a lot of that energy out because it can bombard you, especially if you're already an intuitive being, with some psychic abilities. All right, so on the 20th, we have Mercury squaring Jupiter. Just be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions, okay? On the 23rd, I don't know if I mentioned it, but Mars is going to be is exiting retrograde and will be moving into shadow in the sign of Cancer. And that's on the 23rd. And then on the 24th, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. And this again is in your 10th house, your workplace. Okay? You're critical. You are thinking critically, and it is sharp. Your thoughts are sharp, and you can immediately see the flaws in other people's arguments as well as your own. You may be focused on facts and practical matters. Overthinking and self doubt may be a possibility. So just breathe. Because you are already taking in this psychic information, but you don't have to act on, everything you see or hear. It's good to be an observer, so that you can disseminate what information you need to take in and what information you don't need to take in, because this overload of energy makes you overthink and you can end up doubting yourself, and you don't want to really do that. So just kind of not say too much. You don't always have to have something to say. You can be a good listener. Okay? So on the 27th, we have a new moon in the sign of Pisces, and that's in the 10th house. Examine your overall goals in life at this time. It's important that they be a real expression of yourself and not simply the product of the emotional attitudes and unconscious drives from an earlier time that no longer applies. Okay? So just take a look, because there's a lot of things changing Gemini rising for you, especially if there's, new opportunities with work. This is a good time for you to see how you fit in all of this. Is this where you want to, continue to go? Is this the road that you need to go? Or, what goals do you need to set, for what's going to happen 5 years from now? Okay, so Gemini rising, that is your forecast for February 2025. And again, happy Valentine's Day. Love you. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Cancers out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. and I'm your friendly astrologer, Sharon, and this is your general forecast for February 2025. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you who celebrate it. This is a wonderful time for expressing love, sharing love, giving loving support, and healing yourself as well as others. Okay? So we have a water activation of planets in the sign of Pisces. And this is like a stellium throughout the year, in and out. We have love, loving Venus is here in the sign of Pisces. And a stellium is a concentration of planets in a particular area in your chart. Okay? So wherever that is in your chart is what your attention will be focused on. Okay? So give love, share love, pamper yourself, pamper someone else, but caring, sharing, giving is a theme going through the year, okay? Because we have all this water emotional energy that is impacting us for the next 18 months. So I'm going to start by just sharing Cancer rising. Of course, you are a water sign, okay, ruled by the moon. And we have Mercury in the sign of Pisces. We have Venus in the sign of Pisces until the 4th of February, where it'll move back into the sign of Aries until March, and then it'll move back into the sign of Pisces. Again, Venus just loves being in a sign of Pisces as well. She loves experiencing the five senses. Then we have Saturn in the sign of Pisces until May of this year. And we have Neptune in the sign of Pisces. We have the North Node, which is lunar points. It's not an actual physical thing. It's just points in the sky. But it's in the sign of Pisces, and it's very important in our evolution as well. And we also have a new moon in the sign of Pisces, and we have the sun in the sign of Pisces this month. Okay, Cancer rising, we have Mercury exiting retrograde and moving back into shadow in your sign, Cancer. Okay, so we have lots of activity happening here with the water. And let's just get into it. And I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of the nodes. Okay, there's a north node and a south node. And the January 11th, the nodes changed from Aries, Libra axis to Pisces, Virgo axis, which we are into right now. Okay, so the lunar nodes move backwards, and moving backwards. Whenever something is retrograde or moving backwards, it's about going inside or internalizing something or reflecting on something, from within. Okay? And so that means that they speak to us on a soul level. Okay? And Neptune is also in the sign of Pisces. And that is a deeply spiritual planet as well. and they stay in each sign for 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. That is really what we as humans should be evolving to, the North Node. Because everything down south, we already know. We've experienced it many times before. That's why we're good at certain things, because we have that knowledge. Okay, so the South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. And sometimes, well, all the time, we end up doing the same thing over again because it's safe and it's easy. And getting to the North Node is more challenging but more rewarding as well. Okay? So the North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Okay, and the South Node shows us what we need to let go of. And on an individual level, Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control. Okay? And to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. Balance is required between the energies of personal boundaries and practical action. Okay? Now, on the 1st of February, we have Uranus and Taurus squaring the Sun in Aquarius, and this is in your 9th house. A square is considered a call to action. I hope I have this right. A radical change in your belief system may be going through a change. Yeah. The way you express your identity in the world, as well as your spiritual orientation. You may meet someone out of the blue, and because it's your 9th house, it could be someone from another country, someone long distance, because that's your 9th house, is long distance travel overseas kind of thing. And let's see. The way you express your identity in the world, as well as your spiritual orientation, I already mentioned. And this person you meet out of the blue may have information that will give you more insight on what spirituality means to you. Okay? And unexpected events may happen that will test your ability to withstand change and to stay on the path you've chosen. Be careful, you may be accident prone, Cancer rising. Yeah. Okay, so we have Uranus sextiling the moon. And that's also in your 9th house. Your desire for new experiences also extends to your ideals as well. So new ideas can come up for you at this time. You want to encounter new ways of thinking about what is your truth. and the truth about the world in which you live. You may enroll in classes around technical subjects that may require a higher level of technical understanding. Okay? So, I mean, that's possible. Cancer rising. Your moon conjunct Neptune, and this is also in the ninth house. You may pick up the feelings of those you are surrounded by, and your sensitivity is highly increased. Your intuition and psychic abilities may be heightened at this time. You will likely be an emotional sponge to the world, and that's going to be affecting a lot of us. So don't take it too personally, but just understand that, you're ruled by the moon, Cancer, rising. So you're always affected, emotionally. And this is just going to bring a little bit more intense, but because you're already affected by that, you might want to just, do some self healing, love yourself more, and try to avoid engaging in negative conversations with others, okay? So we have Venus conjunct Neptune as well. And this is also happening in your ninth house. What this the common theme might be daydreaming, okay? That might be all that happens, but there could be another drawback is that you may meet someone and, you know, fall head over heels, really quickly, excuse me, because they may seem at that time to be that perfect, ideal person that you want to be with. Okay, let's see. And this person may be different in terms of your past experiences. They may be, better educated than yourself. However, this is Neptune, and Neptune is always bringing the fog. So you can be a bit in the fog about this because after the air clears, then it's going to be a whole different picture. So just don't, you don't have to tell anybody. That's all I'm saying, because you don't want to embarrass yourself when you come out of the fog. So it's good to just think these things through, or just that imagination, because Neptune is good as, with imagining things and daydreaming. Just keep it on that level until, the fog clears. All right, so on the second, we have Mars squaring Chiron, and that's in your second house. And this is the house of self-worth, your money, how you make your money, and things that you value. So you may have an issue with your self-perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself to others. Learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self-doubt or fear of being judged is your healing. So, the second house is about your self-esteem, your self-worth, and your value system. Okay? So, yeah, when Chiron is here, he is shining the light on that area for you to address. Okay? Address how you feel about who you are. Address what you think you're worth, or, what you don't think you're worth. whatever that is, you start to build up on how you feel about yourself. You have to feel worth more than someone else feels about you. Okay? And that reflects out. Because if you are building yourself up inside, then it shines on the outside. So this is just an area, Cancer rising, for you to address while we have Chiron in Aries, and Aries is a cardinal sign and it acts on, whatever it needs to act on. So this is a growth period. Experience it and, well, welcome it and experience it and then grow from it, okay? So on the 11th, we have your North Node conjunct Neptune at 29 degrees, which is a critical degree, and this is in your ninth house. And this is where you're more sensitive and emotional. Okay, you're more sensitive to the emotions of those around you, okay? And others may have a heightened sense of intuition or psychic abilities. That is other things that you may experience will be a heightened sense of intuition, or your psychic abilities may be enhanced. So be careful, particularly with the people you choose to give spiritual advice and guidance to. You may be relating to what you would like them to be rather than who they really are. Okay? So in your ninth house, you have to be careful not only with who you're giving advice to, but who you're getting advice from. Okay? That part. So on the 12th, we have the full moon in Leo, and this is in your second house. Okay, I don't know why I'm stopping. This is, your moods can create difficulties in relationships. This is a good time to go inside yourself and look at your attitudes surrounding your self-worth, value system, feelings, and emotional orientation towards your personal life. Okay? And, the full moons, they only last a couple of days, but, what we're letting go of makes room for us to bring in new, ideas, ways of being and experiencing. Okay, so on the 18th, we have the sun entering Pisces. This is a good time to undertake a new course of study, because this is in your ninth house. A new hobby, something creative, or an intellectual discipline. The point is stimulate your intellect so that you get a broader perspective on the universe, okay? Because it's more to life than this. And I think you are starting to, a light is shining there for you, Cancer rising. Okay, we have Mercury square Jupiter, and that's in your ninth house as well, because that's where Pisces is concentrated for you, is in your ninth house. Be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions. Okay? So, this being in your ninth house, if this could be, a higher level of communications with professors, you know, taking higher level courses like getting a master's or something like that. But it's in the realm of higher level of thinking. All right. So this is not the time for you to be thinking, on that lower vibration. It's time for you to think on that higher vibration because it is in your ninth house. Okay. So just be careful with the words that you speak to others. All right, and on the 24th, we also have Mercury conjuncting Saturn. And this is just saying again, your mental faculty is in the realm of critical thinking. It's like analyzing things like Virgo. And Mercury rules Virgo. Okay, so your your way of thinking is really sharp right now. And you are laser focused on seeing the flaws in other people's arguments as well as your own. Okay, so you are just really, you know, given that picture view, that full view there, but it doesn't mean that you have to act on it. Okay, seeing and understanding what you are seeing is what most important. Okay, focus. You may be focused on facts and practical matters regarding your beliefs and religion and spirituality. So overthinking and self-doubt may occur, because hey, we're dealing with other people and they have their opinions as well. All right. So on the 27th, which is almost the end of February because we have a short month, we have a new moon at 9 degrees of Pisces in your ninth house. And this is saying examine your overall goals in life and your soul's purpose. It's important that they be a real expression of yourself and not simply the product of emotional attitudes and unconscious drives from an earlier time that no longer apply. Now, this is really, when we talk about this is like some mature energy. For some of the younger people, you probably haven't evolved to that point yet, but it's still a good point for you to, take a look at yourself from time to time. I know when we are young, we're not looking inside. We're just all on the outside. Everything is about what's outside of us. But when you start to grow up more, and even gain more knowledge through education, learning through support groups such as yoga, people that have these different points of view. But you know, when you grow up more and you start getting involved in those different points of views, then your consciousness raises. So, it's good to explore other things in life because it's more to life than this. And the more you know, the more you can speak to, what's happening to you because you're taking in more new information that'll help you, get on the path that you need to get on if you're not on it already. Okay? So, Cancer rising, stay calm, and give yourself some attention and try not to react to the energies that are coming your way because it's not all yours, okay? So you need to put a barrier between you and this other energy outside yourself so that you don't have to internalize it. Just recognize where you are at that moment, and anything that tries to come to, that you should be able to figure out whether it's yours that you're experiencing or if it's coming from somewhere else. Okay? So take care, meditate, and take some nice baths, showers, because that takes that negative energy off. Okay? Until next time, love you. Bye for now. Hello, my beautiful Leos out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. My name is Sharon, and I'm your friendly astrologer, and this is your general forecast for February 2025. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you out there, and welcome. We have lots of water energy happening this year, but starting out the month of February, we have a stellium. That's 3 or more planets in a particular area in your chart. So with this stellium, it's just telling us to focus on whatever needs to be repaired, fixed, uprooted in your chart. So it's different for all of us. And with this, Leo, I'm going to start out to give you the lineup of planets that's in the sign of Pisces. Okay, we have Mercury in the sign of Pisces. We have Venus in the sign of Pisces until the 4th of February, where it'll reverse back into Aries until March the 27th and move back into Pisces at that time. Okay, we have Saturn in the sign of Pisces, and Saturn will be moving to Aries in May of 2025. We have Neptune in the sign of Pisces. We have the North Node in the sign of Pisces. The new moon will be in the sign of Pisces, and the sun will also be in the sign of Pisces. Wow. We have Mars exiting its retrograde on the 23rd of February, and it will move into its shadow period in the sign of Cancer. Okay, so there's lots of water, and that affects our emotions. So beware that you may be a bit emotional at times during the year because we have the North Node in the sign of Pisces. And the North Node changes every 18 months. Okay, so last time we had the North Node in Aries, the South Node in Libra. And this time we have the North Node in Pisces, the South Node in Virgo. And each 18 months, the North Node is pushing us to move in a certain direction. And the North Node is always moving in an upward spiral, okay? And it's generally considered as the placement of what your career should look like, okay? So wherever the North Node is in your chart could give you a lot of information about the work that will best fit you and where you will do your best as well, because that's what the North Node is all about. The South Node in Virgo, this is about letting go of things that no longer serves us. And with the South Node, we have memories, or we know how to do things from past lives, information. So things from the South Node comes easy to us, okay? But the North Node is a bit harder, okay? Because you really have to work at and be conscious of having that placement. If you don't know that placement, then sometimes you're, fumbling around in the dark, so to speak. Some people come in knowing what their North Node means to them, and they get right to it. Like myself, I was slow at grasping onto my North Node because I didn't know much about it. So now that I know, I'm doing what my North Node calls me to do. Okay? So let me give you a little synopsis of what the North Node and South Node is all about. They changed January 11th. I did report that, but I didn't go into any details about the North Node. So I'm going to do that for you now. Okay, so we have the lunar nodes move backwards. And when they move backwards, that's all they do is move backwards. So they're speaking about your soul vibration, your soul's destiny. And they stay in each sign for 18 months, as I mentioned before. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. Okay? The South Node is about letting go of those things that no longer serve us. Now, this North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health, okay, will strengthen our physical and mental dispositions. Okay? Oh shoot. Now why you want to go and do that? What just happened here? Okay, the South Node. Let's see, we move. Ooh, sorry, my document shrank. So anyway, let's see. What else can I do here? All right, I'm here. The South Node in Virgo. Oh, wait a minute. Did I say? Yes, the South Node is in Virgo. And this shows us what we need to let go of. And on an individual level, Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control, and to embrace self-acceptance, okay? It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. Balance between personal boundaries and practical action is needed at this time, okay? So this is going to be playing out for the next 18 months, so just be aware of what's going on, and know that with the North Node in Pisces and all of the other planets, they are going to make you feel some kind of way. Neptune. Mercury is going to make you respond in some kind of way. And Saturn is going to make you act in some kind of way. Okay? So just know, some kind of way is an emotional type energy. So just, know where you are in this. Okay? Because sometimes with this Pisces energy, we can, expand without boundaries. Okay? So you set your boundaries, keep your energy close, and just heal yourself. Okay? So let's move on to the 1st of February. Uranus in Taurus square the sun in your 7th house. And this is the house of relationships, open enemies, partnerships, business partners, legal matters, contracts. Okay, so this is that house, and a square is considered as a call to action. So in this case, this is something that you have to do, or you actually put energy into. All right, so right now it's saying, Leo, all right, relationships with others may be difficult because you have difficulty in contending with restrictions others place on you, or because they have difficulty contending with the restrictions you place on them. And this may be a conflict in your ego conflict in your relationships. Okay, so just beware of this square. And with this square, what it's telling you that you don't have to fuel the fire, Leo. We know you're a fire sign. You got a lot of drama going on. And your first reaction is, if it's not all about me, then you got something to say. So just, tame the beast. Okay? So we have Uranus sextiling the moon, and this is in your 8th house. And here you seem to you might be fed up about something, okay? Because you're not willing to accept the same old situation, and this may affect an emotional connection, for the better or for the worse. Okay, sexual promiscuity may be the cause of emotions of jealousy or possessiveness and distrust. Okay, so hey, you are, peeping around, but remember that Pisces is a very psychic energy. So just pay attention to your intuition and follow that, because that's going to give you, the best piece of information that you need to be certain. Okay? So the moon conjuncts Neptune, and that's also in your 8th house. You may pick up on the feelings of, oh my gosh, my phone is ringing. Hold on. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so, you may be picking up on the feelings of those you are surrounded by, and your sensitivity is highly increased. Okay, and I mentioned that before. Your intuition and psychic abilities may be heightened at this time. So you'll be like an emotional sponge. Okay? Try to avoid negative conversations with others, okay? Your communication will probably be strained. So, don't partake in the negativity. Sexual promiscuity, we already talked about. You may have a casual approach towards banking debts and financial planning, though, all right? So, in this eighth house, this is the house of death. This is also the house of other people's money. This is the house of debt, taxes, loans, bank loans, and also transformation. But something that's happening in your eighth house, when it happens, it's going to happen quick, fast, like lightning struck. Okay? So just know that you can handle it. Okay, if it arises for you, you have to be able to ground your body, and let things slide off, instead of, ready to be high emotion and ready to fight. So you don't have to do that, Leo. But I know some Leos who have a tendency to take that route. Okay? So this is not what you need to do. Just step back from the situation, okay? Because it will pass. And once things starts to cool down, then you can approach things at that time, with a clearer head, less anxiety. Okay. Okay, we also have Venus conjunct Neptune in your eighth house. And the most common effect here is like daydreaming. You may be dreaming about, finding somebody new, or knowing somebody, and, maybe you all of a sudden like them and want to be involved with them. But Neptune involved, there is the rose-colored glasses. So anything that you see that you want to fall for with Venus, you may want to take a second look, and that'll come when this conjunction is complete. So, you can have your secrets at this moment. You don't have to tell anybody, or you don't have to approach that person either. You can just think about it until the fog clears. And you'll know when the fog clears because you'll have a different take on this person at that time. Okay? All right. So we have on February the 2nd, we have Mars in Cancer squaring Chiron. And this is in your 12th house. Now, Chiron is the wounded healer. And we all was born with Chiron placed in one of the houses in our chart. Okay? So wherever Chiron is in your chart, that's what you need to pay attention to, try to fix, heal, let go of, whatever that means. But in this case, Chiron is in Aries. So wherever Aries is in your chart, that's what Chiron has a spotlight on, your focus, you handle it. That's your duty, okay? And of course, you have free will to do or not to do. But you have to also be aware that, any spiritual work that you don't do now, when Saturn comes around, he tests. It's time to take the test. You're going to have a do-over, okay? And this may be do-over in another life. or it could be quick, fast, a do-over in this life. So just be aware. And I don't know what that means to you because I'm not looking at your chart, but Saturn is the tester and he's moving into Aries in May of this year. So we have Chiron already in Aries having you do the work. So when Saturn reached Aries in May, then he's going to be all up in your business. Okay? He's going to be looking at this, looking at that, pointing fingers, talking about time, and talking about karma. It's like, oh, do you have to redo or is it an undo? Okay? So that's where we are, with these energies. So growth is the purpose. All right. So let's move into, well, let me just say what Chiron is in your 12th house. And you may have an issue with your self perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself. Learning to authentically express yourself without excess self doubt or fear of being judged is your healing. And in the 12th house, this is about the unconscious, things that are unseen, okay? And it's also about institutions, jails, large animals, retreat, drug abuse. So with this being in your unconscious, this is a good placement for Chiron because you can work on this in private. That's what the 12th house is. It's a private area. It's also about hidden enemies as well. So, you may be able to, face some of those hidden enemies because they might be the ones that's, making you feel less. But anyway, in this 12th house, Leo, you can do your best work where this square is concerned, okay? So on the 11th, we have the North Node conjunct Neptune at 29 degrees. And this Neptune at 29 degrees is a critical point, okay? Because Neptune is going to be moving out of Pisces as well, but I think it'll be in 2026. Anyway, there's dissolution of boundaries, and these dissolution of boundaries may affect you in ways such as being more empathetic to others and sensitive to emotions and energies of those around you. Others may have heightened those other things. You may have heightened sense of intuition or psychic abilities. And this again is in your 8th house. And in this 8th house, this is the house of death. This is also the house of psychic energy, intuitive knowingness. So your energy is heightened. Pay attention because it's going to be your truth. Whatever shows up for you is something that you can count on because it's you, okay? All right, so on the 12th, we have the full moon in Leo, and this is in your 1st house, of course. This is about me, or you. Oh boy, I mean, Leo, you're always the sun, so everything is all about you all the time, as well as the drama. But in the 1st house, you're even brighter because this is about the self, okay? It's also about how others see you. So, and how you think. All right, so your moods can create difficulties in personal. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is a full moon in the 1st house, and that's why your moods can create difficulty in your personal relationships. Okay, this is a good time to go inside yourself and look at your attitudes surrounding your feelings and your emotional orientation towards your personal life and professional growth. Okay, you may be magnetic and draw people, places, things to you. Okay, so just note that you have that magnetism, is showing up, and which is, you know, that's a Leo thing. Leo shines, and that's just don't take it too far, because sometimes we can, overdo it. But it's okay, Leo. So on the 18th, we have the Sun entering Pisces. I think it's actually the 19th. But this is also in your 8th house. Okay, so there you are, shining right up in the 8th house. And the 8th house is kind of a darker house to be in. But hey, you light up a room. So you may encounter someone who will produce the need for a psychological self-inquiry, or you will force, or they will force you to make attitude changes. So this could be, a partner, because this is the house of other people's money, and your partner may not really agree with the way you handle yourself and the material things that you are responsible for. This person may challenge your value system, or there may be an intermeshing of personalities. You may also be worried about your joint finances and resources with another person. Okay, so things may not be working very well right now, with the sun in the 8th house for you, Leo. Okay, so Mercury on the 20th, we have Mercury square Jupiter. And again, we're talking your 8th house. So be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions. Okay, so with your connections in the 8th house, it could be parents and it could be a partner. But anyway, be careful how you communicate. All right? Because this is a square and things could get blown out of proportion because Jupiter is here and Mercury is the communicator. So just be careful, and Mercury is also in Pisces. Okay? On the 23rd, I know I mentioned it earlier, Mars is exiting retrograde, moving into its shadow in the sign of Pisces. Okay? And on the 24th, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn in the 8th house. Okay? And Mercury and Saturn are both in the sign of Pisces. Now you are your mind is extremely sharp right now, okay? You can see the flaws in other people as well as your own. And you are focused on the facts, that Saturn in practical matters. Okay? And this has to do with your, the practical matters have to do with other people's money, taxes, your banking information, death, and transformation. Okay? So just know that, eighth house energy is showing up for you, Leo. And with that stellium, it may be more intense than you'd like it to be. Okay? But really, with a stellium, it's really meant for our spiritual growth. Okay? Something that we need to urgently take care of going forward. So this is the opportunity to kind of clean up, clear up, move out, whatever it is that needs to happen for you. This is giving you the tools to work on your self-improvement. Okay? So the last thing I have for you, Leo, for the month is a new moon at 9 degrees of Pisces, and this is in the eighth house. So the sun and the moon, examine your overall goals in life and your soul's purpose at this time. It's important that they be a real expression of yourself. Because, with the moon, we get emotional. And when we are emotional, we take that energy in as, as you or us. And it's not, it's just something passing through. So that's why you need to really look within at your soul's purpose. And like I said before, one of the clues is the North Node. Okay? So if you have the time to look at the North Node and look at what sign it is in at your birth, then that'll give you more information on your soul's purpose and where it's located as well. That's another indication. Okay? So just make sure that you focus on, what's really going on, because the moon is just an emotion that comes through and it passes. It comes through and it passes. Okay? So Leo, happy Valentine's Day to you. Love you so much. And until next time, bye for now. Hello, beautiful Virgos out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And I am your friendly astrologer, Sharon. And I have your general forecast for February 2025. And happy Valentine's Day to all of you. This is a month filled with lots of love, beauty, healing, and happiness if you want it. Okay? We have a stellium of planets that are focused on one area of our charts. Each placement is different for all of us. So this is just a general for Virgo risings today or this month. Now, it's water activated because the stellium is in the sign of Pisces. And we have Mercury, the communicator, in the sign of Pisces. We have Venus, the love goddess, in the sign of Pisces until the 4th of February. She'll move back into Aries until March, and she'll come back to Pisces and sit there for a while. And then we have Saturn in Pisces until May of this year. We have Neptune in Pisces. And we have the North Node, which are lunar points, in the sign of Pisces. And we have the new moon in the sign of Pisces. And we also have the sun in the sign of Pisces. Okay? And I have to look to see if I even said the sun in Pisces here. Because it should be on yeah, I did. Okay, got that. All right, so we have Mars exiting retrograde, moving back into shadow in the sign of Cancer on the 23rd of February. Okay, so I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of the lunar nodes because they changed January the 11th. I briefly mentioned it, but I didn't tell the story behind the nodes. So I'll do that now, and then we'll get into the forecast, okay? The lunar nodes move backwards, which means that they speak to us on a soul level, and they stay in each sign for 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. The South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. Now, the North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Okay? Now, the South Node in Virgo shows us that we need to let go of what we need to let go of. Okay? Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control, and to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. Balance between personal boundaries and practical actions are required. Okay? So we have on the 1st of February, we have Uranus in Taurus, square the sun in Aquarius, and this is in your 6th house. Okay, this is a square, and the square is considered as a call to action, something that we must act on, okay? Relationships with others may be difficult because you have difficulty in contending with restrictions others place on you. And of course, the 6th house is your house of health, your workplace, your daily routines, okay? Or because they have difficulty contending with the restrictions you place on them. Okay, you could be a supervisor or a manager, and you may be placing restrictions on your subordinates, or the other way around. So, let's see. This may be an ego conflict in your relationships with coworkers and subordinates, and also your, authority figures. Won't leave that part out. Okay, so we have the stellium of planets are in your seventh house, Virgo rising. Okay? So we have Uranus sextiling the moon, and this is in your seventh house. In your home and in other close surroundings, you may not be willing to accept the same old situation, and an emotional connection may change for the better or for worse. Your relationships with one on one partners, business partners, family members may go through emotional upsets. Okay, and as you know, your seventh house is the house of relationships, your one on one relationships, business partnerships, or legal matters, marriages, okay, and divorce as well, which is open enemies. All right, so in your seventh house, there may be some upsets going on and could be some changes because it's Uranus, and Uranus is quick, fast. It comes, shows up, and hey, change happens really quickly. All right, so we'll move into the moon conjunct Neptune, and this is in your seventh house as well, because Neptune, as I said at the beginning, is in the sign of Pisces. So you may pick up on the feelings of those you are surrounded by, and your sensitivity is highly increased. Your intuition, psychic abilities may be heightened at this time. You may be likely you may likely be an emotional sponge to those around you. Try to avoid engaging in negative conversations, and your communication with others may be strained. Okay? And because you picking up on the emotions of those who are closest to you, especially your one-on-one relationships, you might be picking up on hidden information or things that your partner haven't discussed with you, and you're picking up on it, and that may cause a problem because you know something that they know but they haven't told you about it, that kind of thing. Yeah, it could be like that. All right, so moving on, we still on the first, we still have Venus conjuncting Neptune, and Venus is the goddess of love, and she's in your seventh house, and there could be some daydreaming going on, and you may feel a selfless kind of love because Neptune is, so inviting, so, loving and caring. That's the look Neptune is portraying, but don't forget the rose-colored glasses, okay? Because that may not be the reality of it all. All right. And you want to do everything for the benefit of your loved ones. This can also mean that you might be let down with the loved one who hasn't lived up to your expectations. Now. We can't have people trying to live up to our expectations. They have to live up to their own, right? And I have to live up to my own. Okay, however, you are not in a practical frame of mind, and it's best to postpone anything that requires good judgment in relationships or finances. Okay, so just, go with the flow, because you don't have to act on these things, especially when Neptune is activated, because, we'll be going down too deep in the wrong direction when Neptune happens upon us. And then we'll have to come back up from the deep because it was the wrong way to go. And Neptune just does not show us the clear picture. So it's best when Neptune is activated, just observe, and you don't have to have a point, okay? You can just enjoy the Venus moment, engage in the libations or the beauty of it all, that without having to, force a situation or a conversation. Okay? So in the second, we have Mars squaring Chiron. And this is in your 11th house. And Chiron is the wounded healer, and he wants to help us heal that wound that has been suppressed, okay, for a long time. And we may not even know that we have it, but it's there, okay? So it's in your 11th house of groups, organizations, some, friends, work friends, that type of house is about larger groups of people. Okay? And with that being said, okay, you have an issue with your self perception. Among these groups of people, it's hard for you to, you know, find where you fit in, probably. And there may be a feeling that you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. Okay? You may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself. Learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self doubt or fear of being judged is your healing. Okay? And I can see why you would probably have difficulty here because you're these are large groups, and with the large group, more people, the people dynamic, can be overwhelming sometimes, because it's either follow the crowd or do it on your own. And when you're following the crowd, sometimes there is the leader, and that's the dynamic, all right? So here, you can stand up for yourself. Even though there is a leader, you still can speak your piece and you can still stand in your own power. But first, you have to recognize that you need to collect all of this for yourself so that you can act accordingly. And that's what Chiron is shining that light on you for you to recognize where you can take charge of yourself and be the person that you need to be among the group. Okay? All right, so let's move on to the 11th. And this is the North Node conjuncting Neptune at 29 degrees. Or did we talk about that? And this is in your 7th house. Yeah. Okay, so the dissolution of boundaries may affect you in ways such as being more empathetic and sensitive to emotions and energies of those around you. Okay. You have heightened sense of intuition or psychic abilities. You are being guided to grow spiritually and embody your higher ideas and serve as a catalyst for healing and transformation. Okay? This aspect is called to transcend the mundane and embrace the mystical, to serve with compassion, empathy, and navigate life with intuition and inner wisdom in your relationships. So this is definitely like a soul, connecting with someone on a soul level here in your relationships. And this is, it's not easy to connect with people in this manner. But this conjunction is really shining that light on this vibration, because there could be someone that you come in contact with, or someone that you are with already, where you can really go in a bit deeper into your relationships. So I like it. Okay, so for the 12th of February, we have a full moon in Leo, and this is happening in your 12th house, and your 12th house is your unconscious, and it's the unseen. It's about retreats, going within and doing some shadow work. It's also about jails, brothels, large animals being a part of that, or charity, some type of charity as well. But, this is a place where you may be tempted to withdraw, because it also represents drugs as well. Okay, so let's just get into this full moon in the 12th house. Okay, being tempted to withdraw and keeping your feelings secret. Okay, this is a time when your unconscious attitudes and fears can be difficult. During this time, relations with women can be difficult because of the moon, and Leo is drama. This is a good time to be alone and face any parts of you that you have been reluctant to face, okay? And perfect for the 12th house, because this is what the 12th house is all about, getting down to those unconscious patterns that we tend to operate off, naturally. And when we can get down to it and dig up the roots, then we can relinquish the fear, because fear is false evidence appearing real, and we can, make some positive changes as we move out of the 12th house and into the first house. Okay, so let's see what the 18th is. The sun is in Pisces. This is a time when you may need to examine your relationship with your spouse or partner and try to ascertain what's missing, or what it isn't fulfilling. Okay? So what is it that isn't being fulfilled? Or what's missing in your relationship? You may also need to check yourself and identify whether or not you are fulfilling the needs of your spouse. This is not the time to handle matters by yourself. Get the professional help you need. This also applies to all seventh house matters, okay? Check yourself, because, the sun is about you, the self. So check yourself. What is it, that you need in your relationship? What is it that you're giving in your relationship? What is it are you not getting? Okay? So here we go. On the 20th, we have Mercury squaring Jupiter in your seventh house. Be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions. Okay, with relationships, business partners, contracts, any contracts you have, you have to think things through before signing any final documents. Okay, and then on the 24th, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. and you're very, your thinking process is highly critical, okay? So you're just straight to the point, sharp, with what you understand. And you can immediately see the flaws in other people's arguments as well as your own. So you are just heightened right now. You may be focused on facts and practical matters regarding your personal relationships. Overthinking and self doubt may occur. Okay, so just, you know, let it run its course. You don't necessarily have to have anything to say in regards to this conjunction. I mean, but just being aware is enough because there's a lot of energetic energy flowing, and you can box it for another time when you do need it. Okay, so on the 27th, the new moon at 9 degrees of Pisces in your seventh house, and it's saying examine your overall goals in life and your soul's purpose at this time. It's important that they be a real expression of yourself and not simply the product of emotional attitudes and unconscious drives from an earlier time that no longer apply. Spiritual growth and relationships transformation is possible. Yeah. Okay, and that is really good because the moon is emotional. And even though this is a new moon, sometimes our emotions take over. Okay? So it's hard to you have to intentionally want to look at your real expressions of yourself and not the simple part, because it's easy to just look at the simple part of it, the simple product of emotional attitudes, because you're in an emotional cycle at that point anyway. So just make sure that you think it through. Make sure if you're going to be looking within yourself for, you know, change and purpose, then, make sure you look a little deeper than you would normally look. Okay? So, Virgo risings, thank you so much and have a wonderful Valentine's Day. If there's no one around, do it for yourself, give to yourself, love yourself, because this is the energy of February. With this Pisces energy, is all about unconditional love, and loving yourself more is just going to bring more love to you. So until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Libras out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And I'm Sharon, your friendly astrologer. And this is your general forecast for February 2025. Wow. Happy Valentine's Day. Here in the U.S., we celebrate it. And, the color is love. Red is energy. So I'm full of that loving energy here, passion. And how about you? Well, anyway, Libra, risings, we have lots of water energy that's starting out this year, okay? Because we have Pisces activating energy in a stellium of planets, okay? And they'll be in and out through the year, but there's 3 or more planets in one area of your house. One area of your chart. So that's where the focus is going to be during this 2025 year. Okay, so last month I the nodes changed, and I did speak of it, but I didn't give the details of what that means. So this month, now that we have the change of nodes, I'll give you a synopsis of what this is all about before we get into the forecast. But I just want to share first, we have Mercury in the sign of Pisces. We have Venus in the sign of Pisces until the 4th of February, where it'll move back to Aries until March 27th. It'll move back into Pisces. Okay, we have Saturn in Pisces, and Saturn will be in Pisces until May of 2025. We have Neptune in Pisces. We have the North Node, which are the points. They're not a planet. And we have the new moon in Pisces. We have the sun also in the sign of Pisces. We have Mars exiting retrograde, moving into shadow period on the 23rd of February in the sign of Cancer. So all that water, all that water. Okay, so back to the nodes. The lunar nodes move backwards, which means that they speak to us on a soul level, and they stay in each sign for approximately 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. And the South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. And that's just like a full moon and a new moon. You know, they serve the same purpose. The only thing is that the nodes are more impactful, okay? Now, the North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Okay? And this stellium of planets is going to be in your 6th house of health and work routines. Okay? Libra rising. Let's see now. The South Node in Virgo shows us what we need to let go of. And on an individual level, Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control. That was hard. And to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. Okay? So balance between our personal boundaries and practical actions are required. Okay, on the 1st of February, we have Uranus in Taurus squaring the Sun in Aquarius in your 5th house. A square is considered a call to action, okay? So we have to act on this. And this is what's happening in your 5th house of romance, hobbies, children, creative projects, speculation. Okay, your romantic relationships may be difficult. because you have difficulty in contending with restrictions others place on you, or because they have difficulty contending with the restrictions you place on them. Okay, this could be an ego conflict in your relationships, your romantic relationships. Okay, your kids are in this scenario as well. If you have children, it could be a conflict with them as well. Okay, so we have Uranus sextiling the moon, which is favorable, easy going energy. In your workplace and with coworkers and your routine, you may feel restless and have a desire for excitement. You may feel like shaking up the people around you and jolting them out of the lethargy. Okay, people may be just, doing the same old. And the same old sometimes get, you know, more boring. Okay, or you may attract somebody who will shake you up through this minutia energy, because that's really what it is. Okay, so the moon conjunct Neptune, and this is happening in your sixth house. Okay, because Pisces is there, and everything that is Pisces is going to be happening in your sixth house. You may pick up feelings of those you are surrounded by, and your sensitivity is highly increased. I can see that. And so, with the people you work with, your psychic abilities may be heightened, and you'll be like an emotional sponge. You might feel like just drifting off and being in your own private world. And try to avoid negative conversations with others, because your communication with them may be strained. But because this is in your workplace, you might pick up on a lot of information that is not for your ears. Okay, is not for your ears, but because your psychic abilities is heightened and you're around these people, you may, it may come to you. It's not that you have to say anything, it's just that information may come to you that you didn't ask for. So even though you didn't ask for it, you don't have to say something about it. Sometimes when we get this information, it's not necessary that we, splurt it out. So just be mindful of that. You might be picking up on information that hasn't gotten to you, in the physical form. It's gotten to you in the intuitive form. So any intuitive information coming to you, just hold on to it, because it'll show itself when it's needed, but at least you'll know ahead of time. Okay, so then we have Venus conjunct Neptune, and this is in your sixth house. And again, this is just really enforcing more daydreaming, drifting off, not really being present. But if if you work in an artistic place of business environment, or a place where you have to use a lot of creative energy, this could help you visualize ideas in your mind that can translate into form. So physical form, that is. So just so you know, otherwise it's just daydreaming, about those creative things. If you're just working in, one of those business environments where, paper and pen, but no creative outlet, then yeah, you'll daydream. But if there's creative outlet, then you'll be able to express that freely. Okay, so then we have Mars squaring Chiron. And Chiron is the wounded healer. This is happening in your 10th house. And Chiron is bringing up those wounds from the past. It could happen, in utero or early life, or it could be a past life. But whatever occurred and when it occurred, Chiron is here to spotlight it because this is a good opportunity to dig the root of it up, okay, and bring in something new. Okay, so in your 10th house, and this is your house of public, how the public sees you. This is your career life. This is authority figures. And I'll say that's good enough. Okay, so here you have that issue with your self perception. Mars in Cancer. Okay, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. Okay, you may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself. Yeah, learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self doubt or fear or being judged is your healing. Okay, so yeah, this is where you need to change your view, okay, of how people view you. All right, so with this square, you know, this is a call to action. This is something that you must do in order for your for you to evolve, okay, and for people that work around you to be able to look up to you, okay, but you got to fix that's going on internally. Change that so that they don't see, this issue that you have with your self perception. Okay, because if you have that problem with your self perception, other people have that problem with your self perception as well. Okay, so once you start to correct that, or work on that part of yourself, then that's where the growth and the change starts. All right, so then let's move to the 11th with the North Node conjunct Neptune. And that's at 29 degrees in your 6th house. So, we have a concentration of energy here in your 6th. And this is, again, about your work life, your health, okay? And your subordinates, your co-workers, your daily routines, what you do. So you may be, your emotions may be more sensitive to the energies around you in your work environment. Okay, and your intuition is probably on point there, where you're picking up on, other people's energy. But the bigger picture is about spiritual growth here, purpose in life, healing, and evolving to become your authentic self and connect with the collective, okay? And, the collective the people you work with is a small cell of the collective. Okay, so it's just people that you're around. You're trying to heal yourself there, and let's see, and define your purpose. Okay, so self, you want to be your authentic self. And I could say this, that it's hard to be your authentic self in your workplace. It's just hard to do because there's always a level of someone controlling the big picture. People want you to do what they say, be what they want you to be, act like they want you to act. That's what happens in these work environments. So that would be really difficult for you. And maybe this is what's necessary, is that you need to feel, how uncomfortable it is to not be able to be yourself and do what you know you're supposed to do while you're there, instead of someone else dictating to you how they want it done and how you're supposed to be and all of these different things. So yes, so this could be a wake-up call, and for the better. I mean, it's all about connecting with your inner self, and once you connect with your higher self, then you start to challenge these boundaries, or these organizations, these boxes. You may not fit into the box. So Libra, that is just, I'm not going to go too far on with it, but I know that it could be difficult, trying to, with this North Node conjunct Neptune at 29 degrees, because there's definitely some change in how that works as a system and how you work as a system. Okay, may not be working together, and change may be necessary, and you may have to change, you know, careers. But this is just a forecast for now. We'll see how far that takes you. Okay, so we have the full moon in Leo in the 11th house. And this is your friendships, the organizations, large groups. You probably feel more protective and supportive than usual, or you may affect someone who gives you needed emotional support, your friend zone. If you are feeling depressed or unhappy, negative emotional patterns left over from childhood may adversely affect your friendships at this time. Okay, so with this full moon in the 11th house, Leo likes all of the attention. Okay, and there are things that are hidden with this full moon. Maybe some jealousy that may show up here, but at the same time, these negative patterns that you need to see for yourself are lighting up in this 11th house. And remember, people that we're around are generally mirrors of who we are. And sometimes when you look in the mirror, you can see what it is that you need to do if you're looking for some change. Okay? So on the 18th, we have the sun entering Pisces. And again, that's in your 6th house. You. This is a me. The sun is all about the self. Okay? You may struggle with maintaining consistency in your routines. The tendency to go with the flow can sometimes lead to complacency, yep, hindering proactive steps, yes. There's also the risk of being too self sacrificing. Your desire to help others may overshadow your own needs. Try not to overdo it and stay in touch with your health. Okay? That's on the 18th. Now, the 20th, Mercury squares Jupiter, and this is in your sixth house as well, your employees or your subordinates and your co-workers. Be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions, okay? Be careful because this is your workplace. All right, and on the 23rd, I mentioned, I believe, that Mars will be exiting retrograde, moving into shadow on the 23rd of February, okay? And then on the 21st, 24th, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. Okay, so you're doing a lot of critical thinking, and this is good, for anything that you need to reports, analyzing any reports at work, because this critical thinking process is very on point now. And you also can recognize, see the flaws in other people and flaws in your own. So if it has to do with any type of paperwork, this is a good time where you can show someone something constructive, okay? So, using this insight constructively to correct the flaws rather than to undermine your own or another person's confidence is what's required. You may be focused on facts and practical matters regarding your work responsibilities. All right? So yeah, this is a good workaround in your workplace with this Mercury conjunct Saturn. So on the 27th, we have the new moon at 9 degrees of Pisces, and this is in your sixth house. And examine your overall goals in your work situation and in life. It's important that your goals are a real expectation of who you are, okay? And not the product of your emotional state at the time, okay? So just beware of your emotional state and, identify the difference between what's going on in your emotional state and what you really want to express about who you are as a person. Okay? So Libra, have a great Valentine's Day, and I love you. Until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Scorpio risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Magnificent Flow. And this is Sharon, your friendly astrologer, and this is your monthly general forecast for February 2025. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you. I hope you fill your month with love, loving kindness, healing, and blessings, because we have a stellium, which is happening in a certain part of your chart in the sign of Pisces. A stellium is 3 or more planets that is congregating in one area of your chart. Okay, and this is just the general. So this is for Scorpio rising, and that's water. Scorpio is water. So we have lots of water, and that just means more emotions in, certain areas of our lives that will be affected. But we will also be drawn in to connect spiritually on a collective level to others. But that also means getting in touch with our spiritual selves as well. So this is what's really happening with this stellium. So we have to start looking deep within for, our truth so that it can emanate outside of us instead of, sitting in. Because whatever is outside will show up, whatever is inside will show up outside, okay? So what we want to do is connect with our spiritual side so that we can start to build a better me, you, us, and then, of course, everything else, which is the collective. All right, so before we get started, I'm going to just tell you what signs, what planets are in Pisces that's happening with this change in lunar node axis. We moved out of Aries, Libra, January the 11th, and we moved into Pisces, Virgo. So I'm going to give you a little synopsis about what the nodes mean. But before we get started, I want to tell you about the stellium that's happening in Pisces. Okay? And just so you know, Scorpio rising, this is going to be happening in your 5th house. Okay? So we have Mercury in the sign of Pisces. We have Venus in the sign of Pisces. Venus will leave Pisces on the 4th of February, but will return on the 27th of March to Pisces. Okay? We have Saturn in the sign of Pisces. Saturn will leave Pisces May 27th of 2025, okay? Moving into Aries. We have Neptune in Pisces. We have the North Node in Pisces. And we have a new moon in Pisces. And we also have the Sun entering Pisces. Now Mars is exiting retrograde, moving into its shadow period in the sign of Cancer. So that's more water. It's like water, 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 water. Okay, so anyway, let's get into the nodes. The lunar nodes move backwards, which means that they speak to us on a soul level. And they stay in each sign for about 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can grow into. The South Node is about letting go of those things that no longer serve us. That's the same way as the new moon, set your intentions. The full moon, you release. Okay? It's the same, and we go through the full moon, new moon process over and over again. But the nodes don't stay the same, they change. And even at birth, your nodes were probably in a different, on a different axis than what we're talking about now. Okay? So, the North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of the to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others unconditional and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Okay? The South Node in Virgo shows us what we need to let go of. And on an individual level, Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control and to embrace self acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well being and also to serve others. Balance is required. The energies of personal boundaries and practical action is the balance that is needed. Okay, so this is what the nodes for along the Pisces Virgo axis is all about, and they change every 18 months. And these are to, again, to help us grow into ourselves and to spotlight those areas in our lives that we need to pay attention to, fix or correct, and build something better, because that's what it is digging up old weeds and planting some new seeds so that the new growth would be much better than what was there before. All right, so on the 1st of February, we have Uranus in Taurus squaring the Sun in Aquarius. And this is in your 4th house, Scorpio rising. Okay, a square is considered a call to action. But I'm wondering, why did I put that in the 4th house? Because that may not be true. Let me just stop this. I apologize for that. I just had to double check because I'm second guessing myself. But anyway, we do have Uranus and Taurus square the Sun in Aquarius in the 4th house, in your 4th house, Scorpio rising. A square is considered as a call to action, okay? Relationships with parents, siblings, and friends may be difficult because you have difficulty in contending with restrictions others place on you, or because they have difficulty contending with the restrictions you place on them. You know how that is, Scorpio rising? What's really bothering you? That's what you need to check into. Let your restless spirit express itself. Come on. This may be an ego conflict in your house of relationships with your parents. Not your house of relationships, but in your home environment. Okay? Because your house of relationships is your 7th house. Your home environment is your 4th house. All right. So let's see what else. Repairs around the home may occur unexpectedly. Okay. Now, Uranus sextile the moon in your 5th house. This is in your romantic sector. This is about children, creativity, hobbies, I did say kids, huh? And speculation. Okay. So in your romantic life, you may be restless and desire and have a have a desire for excitement. I don't know what's going on. I just stopped for a break and I had something to eat so that, I can keep my energy level up, and I'm still fumbling. You feel like shaking up a romantic partner or your children, jolting them out of their lethargy. Okay? So, things may be humdrum, you know, right now is not, so much going on, if same stuff, or you may attract someone who shakes you up. It's possible that you may meet a new exciting friend, or an old friend may come back into your life. That's possible. So that, gives you a minute of distraction. This is, it's a short transit. It won't, last forever. Okay, the moon conjuncts Neptune, and this is also in your fifth house. You may pick up the feelings of those you are surrounded by, and your sensitivity is highly increased. Your intuition and psychic abilities may be heightened. And during this time, because it's the moon and because it's Neptune, you might be like a emotional sponge, just sucking in all that emotional stuff. Okay, so try to avoid engaging in any negative conversations. It's not a good time for that with others. Because, well, not because, and your communication with others may be strained, and this might be female friends. Your romantic friendships during this time are uncertain, as well as the other opposite sex as well. Okay, so we have Venus conjunct Neptune, and this is also happening in your fifth house. Daydreaming is the most common effect of this transit. You may experience artistic clarity, and you may want to revamp your wardrobe, dress up, go out to art exhibit, or start a creative project. However, this is not a good time to focus on anything that requires good judgment or finances. Okay, so with Venus in the mix, she loves art. Neptune is a creative planet as well. So just taking in the sights is a great way to work with this conjunction. And even because this is in your fifth house, this is your house of hobbies, you can also, create some artistic hobbies as well, or participate in. Okay, so on the second, we have Mars squaring Chiron. Mars is in Cancer. Now, this is in your ninth house of higher learning, philosophy, spirituality, religion, teaching, and publishing is what this house speaks to. Okay, so it's saying, or what I wrote up here is, you may have an issue with your self-perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may be aggressive and feel a need to prove yourself. Learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self-doubt or fear of being judged is what Chiron wants you to heal in this sector of your life, okay? Because when you start to connect with your, your spiritual self, you can see yourself clearly, okay? Just put it like that. So this is a good way to work with this square in this ninth house, because this does connect to your belief system, your spirituality, and your religion, if that's, something that plays into this square. So let's see, on the 11th, we have the North Node conjunct Neptune, which is 29 degrees, a critical degree. This is the ending of this degree. For Neptune. And this is also in your fifth house. All right. So, dissolution of boundaries may affect you in ways such as being more empathetic and sensitive to emotions and energies of those around you. So, you may have a heightened sense of intuition, or your psychic abilities may, show up for you. And you may not even recognize that it's some psychic abilities. So, this is a good time to pay attention to see what is going on, because it might be just you showing up psychically. All right. This transit is about spiritual growth, transformation, and healing. Focus on your creative self expression, such as music, writing, painting, or dance, where you can express your imagination and intuitive understanding of beauty. Okay? Now, with the psychic ability, some people may not believe that, but we use it every day. I mean, it's just common that we don't categorize it as psychic. You might be thinking about somebody, and then maybe a few minutes later, that somebody calls you up on the phone. That's what we're talking about when we are speaking psychic ability. That's just one way that can show up for you. So, a lot of times there's somebody come in and you say, I was just thinking about you. That's being, or tapping into your psychic abilities. So don't, push that aside, because it's actually real. All right. And the more you know about how it works for you, then the more you can tap into it for the better. Okay? So we have a full moon in Leo, and this is in your 10th house. This is your house of public reputation, your career, authorities, the work that you do, and the people that you work with. And I said, okay, it's a full moon. With the moons, we get moody, right? So this may create some difficulty in, in your workplace and the people you work with. Okay? This is a good time to go inside yourself and look at your attitude surrounding your feelings. And emotional orientation towards your professional growth. Yeah, so let's see. What else am I seeing? Yeah, you may be magnetic. You may have a magnetic personality right now and draw people, places, and things towards you. And that could be the Leo sun, because Leo is a star. The sun is a star, it's not a planet. But in the sign of Leo, it's exalted. So, people are attracted to that Leo energy. Okay, so we have the sun enter into Pisces, and this again is in your fifth house of, romance and children and fun and speculations. If you have children, this is a good time to examine your relationship with them. Your relationships at this time are light, and you favor getting out for fun. You may encounter a new love interest with the opposite sex. Well, hey, okay. That's a good, if that, floats your boat, you do you. And with the sun entering Pisces, so you have a whole, month to explore and experience, something new if this happens to show up for you. So Mercury squares Jupiter, and that's in your fifth house. So be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you cannot keep to love interests, your romantic partners, to your kids, okay? And also think things through before making important decisions. And this is the house of speculation, so you better think about spending that money on gambling. Okay, but on the 24th of February, Mercury conjunct Saturn, and this is again in your fifth house. This is about critical thinking, and this is really, you're really open to information, and you recognize the flaws in your communication with others, and you recognize the flaws within you as well. So overthinking, maybe overthinking may be and self-doubt may occur here. So, don't doubt yourself, because you are enough. Sometimes, and this is in the fifth house, this is the house of fun. And if you're doubting yourself there and somebody new coming into your life, you really want to, you want to know that you are enough. Okay? So check yourself. Now, on the 27th, we have the new moon in Pisces, and this again is in your fifth house of romance. So, romance for you is deeply emotional, almost a spiritual experience. You have a strong need for emotional connection and intimacy in your relationships. Your idealistic nature and tendency to wear your heart on your sleeves can make you vulnerable to disappointments. So be careful with that. This is a good time to express your emotions and tap into your intuition through painting, writing, dancing, or a musical instrument. Yeah, Pisces is pretty creative. And not only that, some some of the Pisces energy also can sow. That's another thing. Singing. So there's a lot of creative outlets that are attributed to Pisces. Okay, and you know, Pisces, Neptune rules Pisces, and Neptune is also, you know, the musical part, the singing part, the voice part. So anyway, there's a lot of talent there. And Scorpio, of course, this is you, water sign. You have so much water in your chart right now. And just try to stay afloat. Because we know how it is with, you know, your secretiveness and hiding your fears and all of that. But just kind of go with the flow, you know, take it easy. And if things get overwhelming, you know, you just sit back and relax. So, Scorpio rising, love you. Happy Valentine's Day. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Sagittarius out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And I'm your friendly astrologer, Sharon. And this is your general forecast for February 2025. Well, we are into some watery stuff. And you know, fire and water, what happens? Get smoke, right? Okay. Well, anyway, it'll be fine. Sagittarius rising. But I just want to share with you that we have a stellium. We have a stellium of planets that is located in our charts. And a stellium is 3 or more planets that's sitting in a spot and shining the light on that spot, because that is what we need to be focused on at this time. Okay? So that's what's happening. And the North Node are points that I pointed out last month. They changed January 11th, but I didn't go into the details. So I'm going into the details now, just so you can get an idea, if you don't already have an idea, about what the nodes are about. Okay? But first, we're going to look at all the planets that's in the water sign of Pisces. Okay? Spiritual, loving, healing Pisces. All right, so we have Mercury in the sign of Pisces. We have Venus in the sign of Pisces until the 4th of February, where it moves to Aries, and it stays in Aries until March 27th, and it moves back into Pisces. We have Saturn in Pisces, and Saturn will leave Pisces May the 27th. We have Neptune in Pisces. We have the North Node in Pisces. And we have the new moon in Pisces. And we have the sun in Pisces. Okay? We have Mars exiting retrograde on the 23rd of February. Yeah, on the 23rd of February. And it is in the sign of Cancer. So that's more water. All right. So let's get into the lunar nodes, Sagittarius rising. The lunar nodes move backwards. Okay? And whenever a planet is retrograde, it means the same thing, that we go within. We go within and reflect. on things that we need to bring forth. Okay? So, anyway, back to the nodes. They speak to us on a soul level, and they stay in each sign for 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. The South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. That sounds like a new moon, and set your intentions, a full moon, let go, okay? The North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition. Surrender to the flow of life and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Okay? So let's see what the South Node is saying. The South Node shows us what and where we need to let go of. And on an individual level, Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control and to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. We need to create balance, the balance between the practical energies and personal boundaries. Okay? And I mean, to me, it's obvious. Pisces have a tendency to be boundless and needs to have some boundaries, especially in certain areas of the chart. And Virgo is practical, okay, and wants to take control, have everything perfectly done in a certain way. All right, so let's move into the 1st of February. Uranus and Taurus square the Sun in Aquarius is in your 3rd house. A square is considered a call to action, so this is something we have to physically do, okay? So relationships with parents, siblings, and friends may be difficult. No, this is just with your siblings. It could be with your parents too. But, we'll just say with your siblings and friends may be difficult. And that's because you may have difficulty contending with the restrictions being placed on you, around your, friends and families and neighbors, or because you have, they have restrictions that you placed on them. So one or the other might be the reality right now. But you need to take a step back and take a look at what's really bothering you. Okay? Because your spirit might be restless right now, especially with this uranium energy. And at times, there could be an ego conflict between you, your siblings, friends, or neighbors. So that's just something that you have to pay attention to. Because this is like, it just happens so quickly. And in your 3rd house, this is a mundane house. This is something that we already expect to happen on a daily, because it's the same thing. But Uranus is shaking things up. It's coming in and something different is going to just, light up everything in the moment. And then there's this, you know, all this reaction, electrical reaction that occurs with people because they weren't ready for it. But anyway, it'll happen and you'll be okay, and you'll have to take a look at who you are as a person and your expectations of yourself and of others. I mean, you can look at what you expect from others, but it may not always be what you get. So just recognize. All right, so then we have Uranus sextile the moon. All right, and this is still in your this is in your fourth house with your family, your home, your ancestral heritage. So you may find that you're restless and have a desire for excitement. You might feel like shaking up someone in your family, partner, family member, because the home life is boring right now. Or you may attract someone who shakes you up. Okay, a family member might invite a new friend over, and that friend may excite you. And you may be excited to meet that person. And it's also possible that an old friend may come back into your life. So there's a little shaking up going on. So we have the moon conjunct Neptune, and this is again in your fourth house. You may pick up the feelings of those you are surrounded by, your parents, your siblings, and you are highly intuitive at this time. And some of you may, feel like an emotional sponge. You just, taking in all this energy that's not yours, or this emotional energy that's not yours. And you might even recognize, because your psychic abilities will be heightened, and you might be able to gauge between what's you and what isn't you when it comes to an energy exchange, okay? But your communication with others may be strained, and try to avoid engaging in any negative conversations, okay? Your relationship with your partner might be going through a rough patch, okay? So we also have Venus conjunct Neptune in this fourth house as well. And you might be, daydreaming about beautiful things because Venus is there, and she loves to, you know, she loves to have her five senses operating, okay? She likes all of that. And in your fourth house, you can have love, you have that home environment, beauty. You may experience some artistic clarity. You might want to revamp your place of residence. You may want to put a fresh coat of paint on the walls, new drapery. You may want to do something to change up, what you have going on. But just remember, this is not a good time for spending, okay? So on the 2nd, we have Mars in Cancer squaring Chiron suggests that in the eighth house, you may have an issue with your self-perception, feeling like you don't know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may act out aggressively and feel a need to prove yourself, leaving the learning to authentically express yourself without excessive doubt, or fear of being judged is your healing here. Okay? And remember, this is the house of death. This is the house of other people's money. It could be your partner's money. It could be your parents' money that you're overseeing. This is also about taxes and banks, loans, things like that. So, there could be, a problem with you communicating how you know, how you feel about who's in charge. Who's in charge? Who do I have to answer to in regards to, my financial situation? So, you may want to take a look at your partner, okay, and communicate with your partner, about those things, that's related to combined income, or some, objects that you both have, but it may be the other partner's, but you value it more. So things like that, you might want to have this communication instead of acting out aggressively, because you feel inadequate. You don't place the blame on somebody else. All right, eighth house is a tough house to work with. So we have on the 11th, we have the North Node, and it's conjuncting Neptune at 29 degrees in your fourth house. This is a critical degree. So let's see. You're very sensitive with the energies around you. You have a heightened sense. So you may, sense something that's, if you have a partner, you may be picking up on some of their emotional feelings, some hidden energy that they're not ready to share with you. But this transit is about spiritual growth, and it's about transformation and healing. Focus on your creative expression. I mean, you can do you can have music around, because Neptune is here, and Neptune is about music. Neptune is about being creative, period. Very artistic. So this is a artistic moment for you. And as I said before, it's picking up on some psychic abilities that you may not be aware of, but it may show up, in your home life, the people that you're connected to, or something about your ancestral heritage that you didn't know may show up psychically for you. So just be aware of that. Then we have the full moon in Leo, and that's on the 12th. And this is in your ninth house. And your feelings may have you questioning your religious belief, your philosophy, and your moral code. Okay? your this is a good time to go inside yourself and look at your attitudes surrounding your feelings, emotional orientation towards your beliefs, and how you can grow spiritually. Yeah, because, you know, the full moon is going to shed some light on what's hidden. And sometimes, we have, golly, we have those hidden talents that don't always show up for us on a day to day, but sometimes we get a spark of it. And this might be the time where you get a spark of that, and you get to express it or explore it in some way. Okay? So that's in your ninth house, I think. What was it? Yeah, in your ninth house. So we have the sun entering Pisces, and that's in your fourth house. This is a good time to invite your family members over. It's also a good time to examine your relationship with your parents, yes, and family members. You show your empathy and compassion. You have positive thoughts, and they may have many creative ideas to share. More memorable moments with you. Be careful. You might get frustrated during this time. So, try not to let it show through the words that you speak. Okay? Because we have Mercury squaring Jupiter in that same house. And be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions, okay? And this is in your fourth house, so you might be, you know, might say, I'm going to come over and paint the house, or I'm going to come over and fix the pipe, and you can't keep that promise. So don't even make it if you know that you can't do it. All right? So we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. And again, this is in your fourth house. So you're thinking critically. You can see, things very clearly. And you can see the flaws in other people's argument when they're communicating. Not that you're arguing, but, having a casual conversation and such. And you can also recognize your own flaws. But this is about practical matters is what you're looking at. You're focused on facts and practical matters, okay, in this house about family, regarding your family. So don't overthink it. And one thing that could be cause you to overthink is that these practical matters could have you talking about your heritage, where you came from, your ancestral lineage, that type of thing. So you may find something new out. And who knows, but don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. All right, so next we have the 27th, which is the last day of of the forecast for us. We have the new moon at 9 degrees of Pisces, Sagittarius rising. And again, this is in your fourth house. Okay. You have a strong need for emotional connection and intimacy in your family, or with your family and your parents. You have a tendency to wear your sleeve on your shoulder, and this can make you, vulnerable. And this is a good time to express your emotions and tap into your intuition. And you may also, put that energy to working on redesigning your home or something creative like that. Okay, Sagittarius rising. This is your monthly forecast. And happy Valentine's Day. And until next time, bye for now. Hello, beautiful Capricorn. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And this is Sharon, your friendly astrologer. And this is also your general forecast for February 2025. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, Capricorn, you're earth sign, you love water. Earth and water works together well. And we have a stellium of planets. We have a stellium of planets. We have a stellium of planets that is sitting in a specific area in our charts happening this year off and on. They won't stay, they'll move around a bit, but when they're there, then it's worth paying attention to and taking note of. So, I'll tell you about the stellium, which is in the sign of Pisces, okay? And we also have the change in the nodes that happened in January. January 11th, the nodes changed from Aries, Libra axis to Pisces, Virgo axis. Okay, so we're in the Pisces, Virgo axis now, and we have that stellium in Pisces. So I'll start by letting you know what the lineup is. We start with Mercury in Pisces, Venus in Pisces until the 4th of February, where it will move, she will move into Aries until March, okay? And then we have Saturn in Pisces. And Saturn will move into Aries in May of this year. We have Neptune in Pisces. And we have the node, the North Node is in Pisces. We have the new moon that will be in Pisces. And we have the sun that will be in Pisces. Okay, we have Mars exiting retrograde, moving into shadow on the 23rd of this month. Okay, in the sign of Cancer. So there we have it, more water. Okay, so let's get into the nodes. I wrote a synopsis about the nodes because I didn't express that last month. But now that the changes happen and it starts right at the beginning of the month, I might as well tell you all about it. Okay, so we have the lunar nodes and they move backwards, okay, which means that they speak to us on a soul level. And they stay in each sign for 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. The South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. The North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition, surrender to the flow of life, and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconventional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Now, this is what this North Node is speaking to in particular, because every 18 months they change, okay? And they have a different theme happening. So the South Node is in Virgo, and this shows us what and where we need to let go. And on an individual level, we're being called to let go of perfectionism and control because it is in the sign of Virgo, okay? And that's what Virgo represents. And to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also serve others. Virgo is home in the sixth house, okay? So the sixth house represents Virgo things. We need to create balance between our personal boundaries and practical actions. The boundaries happens with Pisces. The practical actions are with Virgo. So those are the two combinations that we need to find balance with. Okay, we have on the first, we have Uranus in Taurus squaring the sun in Aquarius, and this is in your second house, Capricorn rising. Okay, a square is considered a call to action. So this is something that we have to actually do, okay? You might experience unexpected financial gains or losses, leading to instability in your budget and potential impulsive spending habits. Uh-oh. Your self-esteem could be directly affected by your financial situation. Okay, experiencing fluctuations in confidence based on your income or possessions. Okay, self-worth issues right here is what we're speaking to. Is that, you're feeling great when you have enough money to do what you want to do, and you're feeling less when you don't have enough to do that. Okay? Your priorities regarding what is valuable to you may change unexpectedly because we have Uranus plan and he does things unexpectedly. You may look for unconventional ways to earn money, pursue entrepreneurial ventures, or prioritize financial independence over stability. Okay, so this is something that you have to take care of, okay, because it's a call to action. And if this sparks up, because that's like Uranus is just like an electric volt, it will come at a surprise, and then there you have it. You got to do something, deal with it, to fix it, that kind of thing. But at the same time, this is also connecting to you on a deeper level where you have to look at why. Why are you doing it this way? Why is this happening? Because it's not like it just happened. This is like something that's been going on that now Uranus is saying, pay attention. Okay. Okay, so here we go with Uranus sextiling the moon. And this is in your third house. You may find that you are restless and have a desire for excitement. You feel like shaking up your siblings or a friend, and this third house is about your siblings, your friends, your early childhood, communication, early education, neighborhood, that kind of thing. Let's see. And you're bored. Okay, so this is basically some boredom that's happening, and you want to jumpstart, find something that is going to reignite your energy. You may attract someone who shakes you up, you know, and your sibling might invite a friend over that you might be excited to see. And it's also possible that an old friend may come back from the past to reignite some, you know, something new to talk about and to do. The moon conjunct Neptune is also in your third house. Let's see. Yeah. So you might pick up on those feelings of other people around you who, your third house people, your friends, neighbors, and your siblings. You might have some psychic experiences that that may occur between, you may pick up on, something is going on at the neighbor's house, or something is going on with your sibling. They haven't told you, but you feel it, and you might, you know, be able to see it in some way. But in any case, you feel like an emotional sponge where you are, absorbing this emotional energy around you. So try to avoid negative conversations, because this is only going to pick up that momentum of negativity. And let's see, anything else? Okay. Try to avoid negative conversation with others, okay? So we got that. And then we have, thank you for doing, Venus conjunct Neptune is also in your third house. And this is, you might be doing a lot of daydreaming because, hey, this is, the mundane house where, everything is everything, the normal stuff, routine stuff. So it's easy for you to go ahead on and dream about the nice things because it's Venus here. So dreaming about the Virgo things. Some people, in this third house, you could have, with your siblings, you guys could be singing or, dancing and that kind of thing, experiencing some of the Libra, I mean, not the Libra, but the Venus energy stuff. And that's singing, that's eating, that's playing instruments, that's a lot of Venus energy in the third house. It's, like family and friends come over and it's just a big jazz session. Okay, on the second, we have Mars square Chiron, and this is in your seventh house, and this is in your house of relationships. And you may have an issue with your self perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may act out aggressively and feel a need to prove yourself. Learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self doubt or fear of being judged is your healing. This behavior may affect your relationships. So your relationships may be challenging, and this is in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, partnerships, business partners, legal matters, signing of contracts, and open enemies. Okay, so there may be some problems there. So just take note, and knowing that you can, you know, you don't have to always act the same way. If you know something is coming, then just watch it, and you'll be able to be grounded before you have to respond to it. Okay? All right, so seventh house we did. We have, I don't know why my computer, oh, okay. So that was Mars squared Chiron. Got it. So we have the North Node conjunct Neptune. And this is in your third house where your siblings are again, your communication, your neighbors, your friends. Okay, so there is still this sensitive energy, sensitivity of emotions, okay? And you have a lot of empathy for people around you. But this conjunction it is about spiritual growth. It's about transformation, and it's about healing. Okay? So this is about your own spiritual growth, okay? And your transformation and healing, but also because it's in this third house that represents your siblings and your friends and your neighbors. This is also a spiritual growth process for them as well. So focus on your creative self expression, and move your body, music, writing, painting, dance, where you can express your imagination and intuitive understanding of beauty, okay? Because beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, period. But, this is where you can do these things in a safe place, because it's like your siblings, your people you're closely connected to. And they may not understand the psychic abilities part, but if you, feel that you have that, and you can You already know what they are feeling or what they're thinking because of your psychic abilities. It's just good to know. So when you know these things, some things you don't have to say. You can just let it be what it is because it may not sit well with them if you were to share it. But just being in the moment and having fun with this conjunction, you know, ex- exploring your energies and especially the artistic side and your creative talents, is there. Okay, so let's move on to the 12th. That's on the 11th of February. The 12th of February, we have the full moon in Leo, and this is in your eighth house. And this is about giving back, paying back, or removing things that take up space, such as stuff that you no longer have use for. This can be a time of unexpected expenses that's linked to someone else in some way. It's possible that you may lose a source of income. Someone close to you may become pregnant. That's a possibility, full moon. And this is in your eighth house of death. This is in the house where, your partner's money is involved. Your parents' money may be involved, your taxes, your banking business, finances, loans, things like that. Okay, so let's see, the 19th, Sun enters Pisces. And this again is in your third house of your siblings and early childhood neighborhood friends. You're always eager to learn new things and explore new ideas. You're like a sponge absorbing information from your experience, your world around you. You transform what you learn, adding your own unique spin, making connections that others might miss. You can communicate with your siblings, friends, and neighbors with ease and grace, and your intuition guides you to say the right thing at the right time. People are drawn to your compassionate nature and your ability to understand without judgment. You may be a good listener and a better friend. Okay, that sounds really good, Capricorn rising. On the 20th, we have Mercury square Jupiter. Okay, now this is in your early communication. Be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions. Okay, so on the 23rd, I think I mentioned above that Mars is going to be exiting retrograde on the 23rd of February in the sign of Cancer. Okay? Then on the 24th, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn. And let's see, this is about critical thinking. This is in your third house. So this is a good area where you can think critically and clearly. You have a sharp mind, your communication is good. Just don't overthink things. That's, what this uh, conjunction can do. And if you overthink, it may lead to self-doubt, and you don't want to doubt yourself because, your mind is sharp, your intuition is keen, and your psychic abilities are open. So, try not to overthink things because you're probably right about whatever it is that's going on with you. Okay, so on the 27th, we have a new moon at 9 degrees of Pisces, and this again is in your third house. And this is this is okay. Your siblings and friends. Okay, you have a strong need for emotional connection and intimacy with your siblings and friends. I know sometimes some people can't handle, large groups. They like more one-on-one communication with other people. So, in this case, by it being in your third house, your emotional connections with your siblings, if you have a large group of siblings, sometimes that, makes things kind of hard for you to connect on a one-on-one, okay? So, sometimes, you have to do things in in groups sessions because that's what's there. And, your take on it might be different, where you would rather, be close to someone and, whisper and just have that one-on-one person. But, this new moon is what it is, and it too will pass. But you can still express yourself yeah, you can still express yourself to those who you think whoever your sibling is that you like the most, because that's how it will often work out. Not every one of your siblings want to hear you or want to be in a that one-on-one situation. Sometimes they want to tell everything that you said to the rest of the group, and that can feel uncomfortable sometimes. You might be shy. So anyway, this too shall pass. And if you can connect with, friends, sibling, or neighbors during this time to have some kind of intimate contact with where, things are kept close knit because you wear your heart on your sleeve and you are vulnerable to disappointment. So yeah, I mean, I've kind of experienced that myself when I was younger. So I can see how that works with a person in this third house situation. But anyway, it's short, so it won't last for long. But anyway, Capricorn rising, this is your general reading for February, and happy Valentine's Day to you. Until next time, bye for now. Okay. Hello, beautiful Aquarians out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And I'm your friendly astrologer, Sharon, and this is your general forecast for February 2025. Yay! Happy Valentine's Day to all of you. And this is a good time to spread some love, share some healing, and be loved. Yeah, that too. Yes, this is a great time because we are This month we are in water, water, water. We're in a stellium of water. We're in a stellium of water. We're in a stellium of water energy that is being placed in specific areas in our charts. So the stellium is when three or more planets are in one area of the chart, putting that concentration on that area so that we can focus on clearing, digging up, developing, growing, whatever needs to happen in that area. And this is Aquarius rising. So this stellium is in the second house, which is about your money, your values, your self-worth. Oh my God, that's what this is all about here. Okay, so last month the nodes, the lunar nodes changed January the 11th. And I didn't discuss too much about the change because the change hadn't, you know, it was too early for me. So now that we're in to the new node system, I'm going to explain to you, you know, what that's about, give you a little synopsis. But I do want to start out with the water energy. Wow. This is, you know, starting out the year with all of this concentrated energy. We have Mercury in Pisces. We have Venus in Pisces until the 4th of February. Venus will move into Aries and stay there until March 27th and then move back into Pisces. We have Saturn in Pisces, and Saturn will move into Aries in May of this year. We have Neptune in Pisces. Oh, excuse me. We have the North Node in Pisces. We have a new moon in Pisces. And we have the Sun entering Pisces. We have Mars exiting retrograde in the sign of Cancer. So all of this water, 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 water. It's like, wow, it should be raining, but where I am, we haven't seen much rain at all. So let's get into it because I'm losing my daylight. Now, the lunar node moves backwards. And anytime a planet is retrograde, that means it's moving backwards. Not literally, but figuratively it is. And the moving backwards means to go within, okay? And going within to reflect on that part of us that we need to, you know, heal. So the lunar nodes are doing just that. The only difference is that the lunar nodes is much more significant because it's driving us to become to evolve into the beings that we came here to evolve to. Not all of us are going to get it, you know, it's just a process. But, you know, with information, knowledge is power. So let's just say that, let's see, the nodes stay in each sign for 18 months. So we have a Pisces North Node and a Virgo South Node, okay? Now the North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. The South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us, okay? So the North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, and connect with our intuition, surrender to the flow of life, and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. Okay, that's what the North Node is saying, because the nodes change every 18 months, so it's a different theme. But this South Node is in Virgo, and it shows us what and where we need to go. No, what and where what and where we need to let go. Okay, Virgo is being called to let go of perfection and control, and to embrace self acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on well being and also to serve others. We need to create balance between the energies of personal boundaries and practical actions, because Pisces is boundless. Pisces need to have boundaries. Virgo is practical, and perfectionism is part of Virgo's attributes. So the balance needs to be between these two. There should be balance there. So that's what the nodes are talking about for us for the next 18 months. And with all these planets in the sign of spiritual healing, giving Pisces, there's definitely, to me, it seems like there's definitely a real push for us as a collective to get our shit together. You know what I'm saying? Because something, needs to change within us so that we can, continue to evolve into better people who we can help other people become better people. So I'm going to keep it, light, because Pisces, you can get in real deep, spiritually. But on the 1st, we have several things going on. We have Uranus in Taurus squaring the Sun in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 1st house. A square is considered as a call to action, so this is something that we have to physically do. Okay. So you may start to experiment with ways to look different, ways to behave, or your lifestyle may change. You may want to rebel against social norms and expectations, which may cause conflict between you and authority figures or those who are close to you. Yeah. Okay, we have Uranus sextiling the moon in Pisces. This is in your 2nd house. You may find that you are restless and have a desire for excitement. You may feel impulsive with spending money. You may experience disruptions and surprises with your money and finances. There may be sudden changes in your income. You may discover hidden talents that you didn't know you had that can be a resource for you. Trust yourself, your intuition is assisting you. So just beware of that. Moon conjunct Neptune. This is in the 2nd house. This is where the stellium is, Aquarius rising. It's in your 2nd house. You may pick up on the feelings of those you are surrounded by, and your sensitivity is highly increased. Your intuition and psychic abilities may be heightened at this time. You will likely be an emotional sponge to those around you. Try to avoid engaging in negative conversations with others and your communication, and your communication with others may be strained. Okay? Your relationship with the your partner may be going through a rough patch. Okay, Venus conjunct Neptune. This is on the same day, same house. Daydreaming is probably the most common effect here. Okay? But you may want to purchase things to not only beautify your home, but for your beauty regime, okay? Because Venus is about beauty and, you know, the five senses. She likes to look healthy, feel healthy. So whatever that is, it's not always about the home. It's about the body as well. Okay, so your artistic and creative ideas may have the potential to be a money maker. This is not a good time to focus on anything that requires using your finances. Okay, so on the 2nd, we have Mars in Cancer squaring Chiron in Aries. This is happening in your 6th house. And this is in your workplace. You may have an issue with your self perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may act out aggressively and feel a need to prove yourself. Okay, learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self doubt or fear of being judged is your healing. The behavior may affect your relationships with your coworkers. And take care of stomach issues. Okay, so all right. On the 11th, we have the North Node conjunct Neptune. So this is dissolution of boundaries may affect you in ways such as being more empathetic and sensitive to emotions and energies of those around you. You may have heightened sense of intuition or psychic abilities, but this transit is about spiritual growth, transformation, and healing. Try not to overextend yourself to others at the expense of your own needs. And be careful of the need to overspend. You may have a clear head when making decisions around money matters. No, no, you may not have a clear head. No, because Neptune is here. Okay? So we have the full moon in Leo, and this is in your 7th house. This is your house of relationships, one-on-one, open enemies, legal contracts, business partners, and partnerships. Okay? So let's see. You have the power to attract people, and you may be you may be made an offer of employment. You may have a surge of confidence, playfulness, and exuberance. You may be inspired to express yourself creatively. You may be considering changing your living situation in some way. You may be building a business. Hey, opportunities. So let's see. On the 19th, the sun enters Pisces. Okay, you have a strong intuition. You have a strong intuition. That guides you towards making wise decisions regarding your finances and personal values. You may have an opportunity for financial growth, increased self-confidence, good time to focus on building wealth, evaluating your relationship with money, and working towards financial stability. Yes, Aries rising. Okay, so we have Mercury square Jupiter. Be careful with the words you speak. This is in your second house, and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions around money matters. All right. 23rd, Mars will be exiting retrograde in Cancer. Okay, and on the 24th, we have Mercury conjunct Saturn, and this is where you're really sharp-minded, and you can see the flaws in other people's arguments as well as your own. But you may be focused on facts and practical matters regarding your money, values, and self-worth. And on the 27th, there could be an opportunity in your second house to create something new that could improve your finances and personal resources. You should avoid taking on too many obligations. Instead, focus on what brings you joy. Now, that's a good one. And Aquarius rising, this is the last one will be Pisces, but your your forecast is the fastest one that I've gone through since I started the forecasts today. And that's only because the sun is going down. I was using the sun as my light, but I've made it through this one, and love you. Until next time, happy Valentine's Day, and bye for now. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. This is Sharon, your friendly astrologer, and this is your general forecast for February 2025. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. And Pisces rising, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you now so you know that we have a stellium of planets in your sign that's affecting your first house in this case. So it's all about the water, okay? And that just means emotionally, spiritually, we're tapping into our spiritual selves, okay? Making that connection for spiritual growth. All right, so we have a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces. We also have the North Node in the sign of Pisces as well. And the North Node is all about us, our people on the planet, connecting with their North Node so that they could be fulfilling their destiny, is what that is said to be about. So we have the North Node in Pisces, we have the South Node in Virgo. So let's get started with the planets that are in the sign of Pisces. We have Mercury in Pisces, we have Venus in Pisces until the 4th of February. Venus will move back into Aries until March the 27th and move back into Pisces, okay? Then we have Saturn in Pisces until May of 2025. We have Neptune in Pisces. We have the North Node in Pisces. We have a new moon in Pisces. And we have the sun in Pisces. Wow. We have Mars exiting retrograde into shadow in Cancer. So that's a lot of water. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the nodes before we get into the forecast. The lunar nodes move backwards which means that they speak to us on a soul level and they stay in each sign for 18 months. The North Node is about new opportunities that we can embrace and grow into. The South Node is about letting go of those things that are no longer serving us. The North Node in Pisces is showing us that we need to embrace our creativity, be more compassionate, embrace spirituality, connect with our intuition, surrender to the flow of life, and learn to heal ourselves and others through unconditional love and understanding. Taking care of our spiritual and emotional health will strengthen our physical and mental health. The South Node in Virgo shows us what and where we need to let go on an individual level. Virgo is being called to let go of perfectionism and control, and to embrace self-acceptance. It may also mean that we are being asked to focus on our well-being and also to serve others. We need to create balance between the energies of personal boundaries and practical actions. Okay? Yeah. All right. So on the 1st, we have Uranus in Taurus squaring the Sun in Aquarius in your 12th house. Okay? A square is considered a call to action, something that we have to do. This is a time when your soul is restless, Pisces, and wants to express itself. You may discover a valuable aspect of yourself that you weren't aware of because you may have fears that kept you from addressing them. Childhood behavior patterns may show up and will need to be addressed because they have outlived their usefulness. Meditation, yoga, psychotherapy are helpful tools to address your unconscious fears and threats from hidden enemies. Okay? So Uranus sextile the moon, that's in Pisces, in your 1st house. Okay, you may have a desire for new experiences and new ideas. You want to encounter new ways of thinking that sparks your imagination. You feel like shaking up people around you or jolting them out of their lethargy. Or you may attract someone who shakes you up. Okay, that's good. The moon conjunct Neptune, and this is also in your 1st house. You may pick up the feelings of those you are surrounded by, and your sensitivity is highly increased. Your intuition and psychic abilities may be heightened at this time. Ooh, you will likely be an emotional sponge to those around you. Try to avoid engaging in negative conversations with others, and your communication with others may also be strained. Okay, so we have Venus conjunct Neptune, and this is in your 1st house. The only effect, the most common effect is daydreaming with this transit. But you could experience some artistic clarity, and you may want to change your appearance in some way, such as a new hairdo, sexy outfit that flatters your body. You may be able to visualize an idea and translate it into solid form. Okay? Mars squares. Okay, this is in your 6th house. Mars squares Chiron. In your workplace, you may have an issue with your self-perception, feeling like you don't fully know yourself, or you may be struggling with asserting your individuality. You may act out aggressively and feel a need to prove yourself. Learning the Learning to authentically express yourself without excessive self-doubt or fear of being judged is your healing. This behavior may be challenging and may cause a strain on your co-workers and subordinates. So, you got to work on that. That's what Chiron is shining the light on. So get to it, Pisces rising. Okay, on the 11th, we have the North Node conjunct Neptune. This is in your first house. Okay, you're empathetic and sympathetic, sensitive to emotions of those around you. Okay, but this transit is about spiritual growth, transformation, and healing. Focus on your creative self-expression, okay, such as music, writing, painting, or dance, where you can express your imagination and intuitive understanding of beauty. Okay? Full moon in Leo on the 12th. Your relationships are in focus. This is in your 7th house, and it's time to fix what isn't working, whether that be ending a connection or coming to a compromise. You may be getting married or a divorce or divorced. You may go into business with a friend. Pay attention because your open enemies could be troublesome and you may feel the intense emotions. Yeah. Be careful. An ex could be trying to cause some problems. So on the 19th, we have the sun enters Pisces. You have a curious mind. You're always eager to learn new things and explore new ideas. You are like a sponge absorbing information from the world around you. You transform what you learn, adding your own unique spin, making connections that others might miss. People are drawn to your compassionate nature and your ability to understand without judgment. You may be a good listener and a better friend as well. So this is good, 19th of February. 20th is Mercury square Jupiter in your first house. Yeah, be careful with the words you speak and avoid making promises you can't keep. Think things through before making important decisions, okay? The 23rd, Mars will be exiting retrograde in the sign of Cancer. So on the 24th, Mercury conjunct Saturn in your first house. Your critical faculty is extremely sharp, and you can immediately see the flaws in other people's arguments as well as your own. You may be focused on facts and practical matters regarding your physical presentation and how you can be seen and heard in the world. Overthinking and self-doubt may occur, so don't think too hard or too much. So on the 27th, we have the new moon, 9 degrees of Pisces in your first house. This is a time to reinvent yourself in some way, such as with a new look or manner of expressing and presenting yourself. This is a personally busy time of year when you feel energetic and enthusiastic. You may be thinking about how you present yourself to others. Focus on changing personal habits in such a way as to improve your self-confidence. Okay, I think I've made it without my transmitter and receiver dying on me. I did stop in the first 6 forecasts to recharge and eat a little something. And so I made it through the end, and I'm so happy about that. And I'm going to say, Pisces rising, have a wonderful month, because you are active, 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 and try to find a way to ground yourself, because your intuitive abilities is heightened, okay, and your psychic abilities are heightened as well. So you're going to be picking up on a lot of people's thoughts uh, and actions. You're going to, you know, hear these things. Some of these things you're going to be in your dreams. So just know that you can ground, take a shower or a bath. That kind of releases that energy that is not yours. Okay? So until next time, I love you. Bye for now.